Oh, another day of heaving trash. That's a thing. Well, I don't even know if this thing's even connected. Probably not. Oh well, it's okay. I don't even know if I'm live. Let's see. Let's check. Oh, it's showing something. Showing something. Moderation helps everyone feel safe. To build a positive live chat experience for you and viewers. Screenshot because they do this automatically. Close that. I'm closing that. Yeah. Oh, hey, how you doing, self? Though, are you talking to yourself or are you just looking at yourself? Oh, I don't know. Talking to whoever's listening. Welcome to Kiwis Road. This is James. Kiwis at home with Mama. Home at Pops. First things first, as usual. Let me get out the hi. How you doing? If I send, maybe I'm having some kind of brain stroke. Let's try this again. If I didn't say hi, how you doing? If I did say hi, how you doing? And if I forget to say hi, how you doing? Welcome aboard the Miner's Madness Crazy Train, titled Forrest, Fenn, and Let's Break Some Rules. Welcome, Trusted. Welcome, OK Larry. Oh, so I'm going to post a link for anybody that wants to come on in and give their thoughts about life in general, or Forrest Fenn, or both ish, simple-ish. Here's the link. That's probably not the one that's going to work anyway. Come on. Fat finger in this stuff. Fat fingers. My dad. I feel bad for my dad. He's got all this stuff in buckets that he's taking apart, plastics and metals separating. And so he's constantly all day, he's working his joints. And he had to take a break for like a couple of days just for the swelling to go down. But man, I tell you what, it didn't look good. It didn't even look like he could bend his fingers to save his life. Like if he wanted to try to grasp a piece of rope or something, I'm hitting pace. Come on now. Why is this being goofy? Oh, that's why. Because I had a screenshot. But yeah, it's a slow going road. Totally more than I expected. Of course, I'm not doing as much as I should be doing, so I need to be doing more than what I'm doing. With that being said, today I did do 4 loads of van trash, so that was good. Oh, Forrest Fenn and breaking rules. Oh, so yeah, open Zoom. Come on in. Let me pin the link for anybody that wants to hop on. And oh, no, I'm not trying to go to it. Come on now. Why do I want to go to my own Zoom? Like seriously, does this thing not know? I don't know. I got like really big fingers. I was wondering how you do polls on here. But the other day I was on. I was listening to some of the Forrest Fenn released audios, and then I was on somebody else's YouTube channel talking about it, and it got me interested in my own thought, because when things are taken out of context and chopped up in bits and pieces, one of the things that makes a difference is time. So it would make sense that yes, the day that Forrest Fenn is announcing that the chest was found, that they could probably hide something there and nobody would know, that would make sense the day after, because it wasn't until weeks and months after that the location was, for lack of a better word, verified. As far as the place where the chest was laid to rest, 6 inches level to the ground. So I mean, it's interesting how things have turned out, and I think that's one of the reasons. If you think about it, if if it was pulled in coercion, that only 2 or 3 people would know where it was, then it would make sense, at that point in time that, yeah, we'd probably hide something nobody would know. But as you go down the road and all of a sudden people are looking and adding things and pictures and places, and they're matching up, then it does make sense that, more than likely something's more to be true than false. But that's just on the Forrest Fenn thing, as far as that. Hey, MJ. Hey, Redneck. Come on in, Trusted. It's always good to have Trusted around. That way I can go off screen. Ding dong. Hello, how you doing? Happy on reflect back to these moments and cherish memories. That is true, Redneck, though it is a tough, this has been a tough mental, physical, and emotional journey. So what you up to, Trusted?
I just got some coffee ready.
Oh, there you go.
And I was watching this new, well, it's not new, but it's new to me, some race car movie that came on YouTube today. And then I seen you pop up, so I figured I'd see how you were doing.
Yeah, just hanging in there. Just did 4 van loads of trash. So my dad knows somebody that has this trash truck per se, since it's all city stuff. So they have transfer stations, and so it's nice to know people. Let's put it that way. But then again, it's more so. It's, as I learned, it's not so much who I know, it's who knows me that's important. You know what I mean? Because you can know the most famous person, but if they don't know you, then they don't really matter much, then, does it? And I think that's like one of the things Forrest Fenn was doing, was making himself known. And obviously he made that very well statement of, at least this treasure hunt, even for 10 years, has inspired in it. And it has. There's so many different things that are going on, different things different people are doing, different hunts and whatnots, What's that, James? You are absolutely right. Tough treasure hunt. Life is a tough treasure hunt, I tell you that. It's like there's like two types of treasures in life on like the bigger scale. And the words that come up is companionship and memories. And companionship is all different forms. You have lovers, you have friends, you got best friends, you got kids, relatives, etc. There, and then whatever else I said. But yeah, I don't know. Breaking rules. That's what I was doing. So I've been learning some new rules here at my dad's. And that was kind of one of the things that I was wondering from people in chat, or whoever in chat might want to come on and join in the chat by clicking that link. But life, like simple few sentence life rules. Like Forrest had, don't do something for 15 years, change it up, But me and my father has been working on don't speak, which is a very good rule number one. Don't speak. Uh, Rule number two is don't touch things that don't belong to you, which almost should be like rule number two should be like just don't touch things almost. But how can you not want to just touch things? That's all part of exploration, you know what I mean? And then rule number three is uh don't give things away that don't belong to you. Rule number four is we came up with it today was don't offer help unless help is requested. Or it's not that don't offer help. It's you can offer to help somebody, but to automatically start helping somebody in your own personal way is different than the help somebody else might be looking for. So, like I was gonna call the guy up and say, "Hey, what's going on? You coming over?" My dad's like, "I've already been bugging him today." It's like he doesn't need the double aggravation. It's like you're right. That makes sense. So it's almost like one of those ABC conversation things, Sometimes I like to see my way in, and sometimes I should see my way out. But yeah, I was wondering if there was anything else going on in the world of the Chase marketplace. Anything interesting, or if anybody's got any life rules they want to share, or things that they're breaking. Oh, breaking laws, rules. Yeah, breaking the rules. Forrest stretched out his hearts in the way, the Chase community, and said, "Pull my finger. Someone on this ending is what we got." Oh, hi, pirate. Like I said, MJ, how you doing? I hope everybody's night is going good. I hope everybody's day has been going good, at the very least. How's your day been going, Trusted?
I've been lounging around all morning.
Oh, nice.
I, I was up real early this morning for a while, and then I just had something to eat and lounged around the rest of the morning, and went outside and watered the garden. It was hot out there, so I had to water the garden and pick some cucumbers, and figured I'd come back in where it was nice and
Warm.
comfortable.
Cool.
And
Yeah.
yes, it's cool in here. I don't know what the temperature is. I get the AC set at 67, which is where I usually have it set at, and it doesn't shut off, so it never gets down to 67.
Well, that's good. 67 is a good temperature. We like 71 at our house. 69. So 71 in the winter, 69 during the summer. And it stays that way. It's like don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't make me put a lock on there with a key and some chain. Special keypad. You have to use your iris just so you can, get access to the temperature gauge. Just leave it at 71 or 69. We'll be all right.
Well, Dad taught you not to touch that back when, right? And
That's
don't
right.
touch those light switches. If I wanted a light on in that room, I would have turned
I
that light
turn
on.
it on. That's right. You know it. You know it. This guy here, I mean, he's his own electrician. He bought the plumbing and stuff to do the wiring throughout the places, but it would, for lack of a better word, skill. My father has talent and skill that I'm proud to learn from. To be able to almost rewire your house on your own in a sense. Yep. Takes some skill. Because I tell you what, it's a
Yeah,
shocking experience.
my dad started teaching me about household electricity when I was 10 years old.
Yeah, by telling you to turn the light off because you don't need it.
No, actually, he gave me a piece of wire, a couple of receptacles, couple of ends for the wire. He says, we're going to make an extension cord for the Christmas tree. He says, I'll be right
Okay.
back. I gotta go outside and get something. And so he went back out to his vehicle and he came back in and I already started putting the cord together. And he says, let me look at that. And he opened up the end that I already put on. He says, oh, good job. You know, you got the polarity right on it. I'm like, what's polarity? He says, well, polarity is you have a negative and you have a positive, and you have to have them going on the right pole on that plug-in. And you have them on the right pole. How'd you know to
Yep.
do that? I said, well, it looked logical. One wire was silver, one screw was silver, one wire was copper looking. And so I put the copper looking one on the brass screw. It made sense, which means there's
There you go.
only the third place for the green one to go, and that was on the middle one, the ground.
Yeah, there you go.
But he would show me, I mean, heck, he brought me down into the basement, opened up the electrical panel, was telling me about voltage. He says, you know, each one of these legs, each one's power, each one has about 110 to 120 volts in each one of these legs. He says, but the way that it works, you have to pull power off of each pole. One's a north pole, one's a south pole to get 120. You can't pull 110 volts off the south pole and get 220. You got to pull one off to each one. That's why they got the breakers that put together, and one goes over to the other side, and one's on that side. And he took this tool out. He says, these are wiggies. This is how we test it. And he showed me how to test it. And he says, that's how you know. And this is what I'm explaining. See, this has 110 like this, but it has 220 like this. 10 years old, he was teaching me that shit.
That's really cool.
Which meant I know
Nothing.
more than a lot of adults about that at that age.
There's nothing like learning young. You
But
know.
I'll tell you, there's nothing that pisses an adult off more than a know-it-all kid.
Yeah, because don't we all know it all? Even now, I still know it all. My dad's still teaching me stuff. It's ridiculous. It's like, oh, Dad, that makes sense why you're doing that. Like, for example, uh, if you got an old pair of jumper cables that are gone, you can clip off the wires, and now you got yourself a nice set of clamps, so you can clamp things down. And then you don't have to go out and buy clamps. Just junk your jumper cables.
Use up, wear out, make do, or do without. Use what you got first.
It's sad to see how much money, in a sense, that my dad has just even in that 53 footer that is being changed around in a different perspective. It's not getting sold to people. You know what I mean? And it's just, I mean, he had it 3/4 organized and 3/4 a mess. So at least he was a quarter sane in there. He had an aisle that you could kind of get down. Buckets just full of stuff that needed to be separated for metals and trash. It's like, yeah, but in the end, so far, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he's almost broken even with what he's sold in metals, precious metals, for renting the dumpster for clearing out all the trash. So And I mean, this is a big traumatic thing for somebody to go through. I mean, that's 20, 30, 40 years of somebody's life, especially when the hardest part is when when you see somebody's face and how like just like that dread comes over their face because they've now been warned or aware of something that they thought was good is now bad. You know, a
Well,
lot of
he was
this.
in collection mode for 40 years. He
Yeah,
looked for the good. He looked for the good in everything. You got to understand. He picked up a piece of something that somebody was going to throw away, and he looked
and found
at it and
use.
says, "I know the good in that."
Yep.
Says, "I'm going to take that. And I'm gonna save that good." And he did that for 40 fucking years. So he's not looking at the bad part of what it is that's in your hand that you're saying, "Dad, are we going to throw this away?" He's like, there's still a good piece in that.
Yeah, there is. Cut the ends off of that wire. Put the wire over there, and put the metal clips over there.
Or
That's the
was
good
he
in
the
it.
type that repaired a lot of stuff?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, anything breaks around the house. I mean, that's why I learned to be a jack of all trades, like my dad was to repair anything that broke. You know, why pay somebody to fix something you can fix yourself? You know, and
And why buy a
watching him.
part? Why buy a part when you had it in the garage?
Yeah.
And if you throw it out, you wouldn't have had it. And then if you buy it, then you're like, "God damn it, I threw that piece out just a month ago. Why did I do that? I will never do that again." My dad fixed everything. I mean, your dad's generation and my dad's generation. My dad, he'd be over 20 years older than your dad if he was still around. But anyhow, things had more uniform parts, including automobiles. So you
Yeah.
could read stuff. There was standard size everything, bolts, screws, brackets, you name it, all kinds of standardized stuff. So those kind of guys would harvest the standardized stuff before they threw something away. You don't just throw a washing machine away, you disassemble it and save all the standardized stuff, and you're probably going to use some of that stuff to fix another washing machine.
Yep. Scrap the rest, or at least put the plastics with the plastics, metals with the metals, motor with the motor, trash the belt, wire goes with the wire, and the part that you needed goes onto the washing machine that you're fixing.
But it
It was,
gets out of hand. There are
it
some
got
people
way.
that is anything. Look at Forrest Fenn. I mean, I realize that a lot of the stuff that he collected was very expensive, but a
Yep.
lot of stuff, a lot of the things from San Lazaro, I don't think have any real value to them. Uh, all these little teeny pottery shards and stuff like that, but he saved them anyhow. Uh, it's just the way that it is. But he was very neat and orderly and cataloged everything. He probably knew where everything was in his property and had hundreds of thousands of items.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, just even just looking at one room, the just all. I mean, it's like there's barely any space for anything to fit anymore on just the walls. You would have to think that he had more totes and boxes of more and more stuff in another storage area or something. And it makes you wonder how much and what. And then that's just because of the history of it.
Well, he had shown some of the stuff that he did, like his San Lazaro stuff he was collecting. I mean, little bits and pieces of all kinds of stuff, but he was very meticulous and organized things very well. And that's a difference. I mean, it's more like museum type setup, the way he was doing things with what they were, because they had a historic significance with the Pueblo that he owned.
And
A lot of that stuff is no different than nuts and bolts and screws and unique brackets and shit like that. It's the same mentality with the person who's collecting them.
there's a difference between somebody who's digging up a place just to destroy it or to get money. I believe Forrest wholeheartedly. I believe Forrest had the intention to go in there not to dig and destroy or to be a grave robber, but to excavate history, somebody's story, a civilization story that happened to live there. And he just happened to be able to get the land to do it, and was able to, be at the right spot at the right time with the right stuff, with the right history, doing the right thing. I
Um,
can't see
I,
how you can be penalized for it.
I think he had dual motivation. I think he probably collected money the way he collected everything else. Dealt with that meticulously. This is how you do things. You put this there, that there, the other thing over there, and very well organized. And you keep collecting it as much as you can. So I'm sure there was still always the money factor going on, but I don't want to call it greedy, because it was probably more like an OCD situation where he's obsessed with it, but he still doesn't look at it the same way like the treasure hunters looked at looking for his chest, for example. None of it
Oh,
was
hold
going to
that.
change his life. He was at a point in life, he even said so. He was at a point in life, he says, I'm not the richest guy, but I got enough that I can live on the interest from what it is that I got. So he met his goal. That's a typical goal of a rich man, is to get to the point where whatever you accumulate, you don't have to spend it. It's going to work for you and give you money to spend if you want to spend money, and you can do all your other shit you want to do. You can look at the history. You can go out in the hot sun and fucking sift gravel and still pick out little pottery shards, because you're looking for that one special kind of pottery shard, and it tells you a story about something, and you're writing a story about the place that you're working on. So that shard
Hmm.
is very important to you, and it keeps a person going. It gives them something to do. But then you get the hoarders that you watch on the show called Hoarders, that don't throw nothing away and put it in their hamburger wrap. That's
My
a
dad could
totally different.
probably be on that
That's a
show.
totally different deal there. That's gone off the deep end kind of thing.
Well, like you said, he's more of like the collector to find the good use that's still in something, versus the hoarder. I mean, he wasn't to the point where you can't walk in his house. You know what I mean? I mean, his house is immaculate. It's clean, movable. You can get in there, except for one room that's his office room, but it's organized. It's got nothing but plastic tubs that's got names written on all of them
Yeah,
with orange duct tape. You know, but
it's
most of the
functional. It's a re,
functional hoarding.
it's a reflection of him. It's functional instead of dysfunctional.
Yeah, he's collection and organized. Is organized and collect. But the trailer, I mean, yeah, it was a shame for his stuff, those memories, some of these items. We found one of his books. It was a photo book of him over in Italy I want to say he participated or at least walked around the streets of Italy in his suit of armor, getting pictures taken and everything. He even re-enlisted in his suit of armor. I thought that was cool as hell. And then, yeah, just bringing up some of those. He was in like the Airman's magazine. It's interesting to learn this history about him because I would have never known this. Had this photo book been, just discarded as just a photo album, just throw it away, it's probably rotted in trash is one thing, but it was actually savable and you can open it up and see these pictures. I mean, one of them, my father even looks like the gladiator. It's ridiculous. So, I mean,
Well, I think
I
that's
don't
one of
know.
the things that people do is they save things that they like and things and memories, and they didn't necessarily share them with their family over the years. And when they get to be an older person, that's part of the deal of doing the cleanup. It's not, let's just get this straightened the hell out. They want to talk about the things that they have. I've seen it with other people.
And that's what my that's that's what my wife was telling me is I need to stop forcing the throw out and enjoy the memory more with him because I caught that one day. He said he was showing something, and just before I can even respond, he was like, "Oh, well, you're supposed to act excited," and it's like, yeah, yeah. This is what happens when I pay attention to rule number one: don't speak. I was about to speak, you know, but it's I got to change. I keep, we're all human, right? We all have different things we go through, blah, 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 blah. Sitting here, and I'm not trying to say I'm selfish, which I'm selfish. Everybody's selfish to an extent. To sit there and say that you're not, I would probably call you a liar. Every human is selfish to their own personal way to an extent. That's not to say that they're extremely selfish and it's obvious, but I mean, for just plain survival, a person is going to be selfish for their own survival and then take care of the others along the way. I would hope, but it's time, effort, and what you're doing the event are the three things that I've been noticing that have been playing a very big ripple effect in the cosmos. And I say that as in my life, my wife's life. I mean, she's back home taking care of everything. I have a cat that's dying back home. Um, so she's got to be home taking care of that. I'm over here with my father, who you know, he's been cleared to do an operation procedure, but he's at high risk of maybe stroking out. And it's like, okay, whatever. I mean, what am I supposed to be doing? And then on top of that, you're doing all these other things, and yeah, you get paid or you don't get paid. And I tend to wonder and ask myself, and I try to remind myself the reasons why I'm here. You know what I mean? That I'm not here to be looking through my dad's stuff, which I'll go through here shortly and show you some more of my dad's stuff, toys I used to play with when I was a kid. Now that's breaking the rules, touching stuff that don't belong to me. Well, then I'm going to do that. Show some of these little toys. It's that time with the people or what I'm doing, how much time I'm applying. I'm applying selfish time by not doing the work around here that I know needs to be done and that I can do. And I have to keep to try to remind myself to stop being selfish. And it's hard because I'm here for a reason. and it's unfortunately it's two reasons. One is I would hope I'd be able to see my dad again in good condition any point in time after I leave here. But at the very least is to sit here and try to remember him as he is, what he's doing, how he is, his personality. And then second is to sit there and try to help and muster up the energy and the ability to move all this stuff around and shuffle it around and whatnot, And I think that's part of what Forrest Fenn was trying to share through the thrill of the chase. But any thoughts? I need to reload this thing. Trusted.
Yes.
I was wondering if you had any thoughts on my sappy sad story I just laid out there.
No, that wasn't sad. I mean, yeah, you gotta concentrate on the good memories. And like you said, you're making a memory here about your dad and what is a better place. I mean, someday he's gonna be gone. We all have to learn how to deal with that when that happens.
And that's why I figured I'd try to make this place, at home in my home life. That adds a weird reverb. So if you're gonna be listening to me, you might want to turn that down.
Well, I've been listening for a while.
Who's that?
That's Pappy. I gotta tell him to turn down his tablet here. Hold on.
Show.
My dad's trying to sit there and he wants to respond in the chat, which he can do, but he doesn't even like sit. Okay, so he decided to shut it off, which is good. Oh no, he didn't shut it off. He thought he shuts it off. This is like talking to him on freaking on Facebook Messenger.
No.
Here, y'all can see Pappy. There's Pappy. Pappy, say hi to the YouTube. That's not.
Hey,
this
Pappy.
This is Trusted Living. He said, "Hey, Pappy."
Well, give me an earbud.
Well, the other earbud don't work. It's
Why
broken. I don't know. It's broken.
Okay.
Trusted, can you say something real quick?
Hello.
Yeah, see, it's only coming through one ear.
Lucky you.
But I mean, you can listen to.
No, it's all right because then you won't hear. You're talking to yourself like normal.
Yeah, but I could talk to Trusted and probably assume what he's gonna say because he's a very smart fellow.
Yeah, but that was rough.
No, that was Trusted. Whole different person. There you go. You'll get it.
Be a smart ass. Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Trusted.
Yes,
Oh, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Oh, I'm not doing too bad. Except almost getting a stroke from my son yelling at me and not doing what I ask him to. How he gets on these YouTube Tuesdays, he gives half the side, his side. He doesn't pass the other half on. I told you I'd pay
we
you.
all do that.
And yes, I did have a trailer that was pretty well packed with shit. Don't ask me how the hell I got that way, but it got there.
Oh, I know how it happens. I had 10 acres of land at one time. I no longer have that, but I was accumulating a lot of stuff, and then other stuff took
you hear 'em?
priority. So other things got
But that's
pushed to the
okay.
side and
Pappy.
crammed in the corner,
Exactly.
stacked up to the ceiling. And I
Yeah.
know how it works.
Yeah, that's exactly how it happened. Every time you go home, throw something here, throw something there. I'll get to it. I'll get to it tomorrow. Then I'm trying to say to him, I says, James, we need to empty the trailer out. We need to save the metal so that we. Oh, now you're gonna sort the stuff out? Oh,
I've
yeah,
been working on this
yeah,
bucket for like a week now, and it's still the same size. It's because it's in my break area.
yeah. So what happens is you tell him to do something. He says, well, I don't want to do that. Well, I thought you came down to help me. Yeah, but I didn't want to do this shit. This stuff is garbage. And then he comes on YouTube. He says, "Oh, I feel sorry for my dad." Yeah, as you scream and almost had me have hemorrhages out here and piss me off. Yeah, I guess you could say things are cool. All right, he's only got one earbud and it's his program, so I'm gonna let him get back on. I can listen to him inside and hear what he says. I just
Well, I
can't
guess-
respond because I can't get onto the YouTube.
He doesn't know how to type on there.
Well,
It
you
asked
know,
me for my.
you could send us private messages to straighten them out so we know what's really going on when he's talking to us. You can tell us what's really going on.
I'm gonna wait till it says I gotta log into my Google account.
Yeah.
I tried a half a dozen times. Keeps telling me I'll send you a message on my regular house phone, so I didn't get no text message. Then I go on. I finally get it through the. It says we'll send it to your computer, so I get it to this computer. I type that in, and then what does that do? It screws me over one more time. It says, "Well, we'll send you something in 48 hours." Well, I want to talk now, not 48 hours from now. I want to be his conscience and keep him on the straight and narrow. So when we're on here, it's two sides so that he knows that hey, this is his side, this is my side. I guess that thing's gonna be full of water now, huh?
Yeah.
The razor bucket with all the razors and razor blades.
Yeah.
It's sitting out in the rain.
Yeah. That way, when you go to get wet, it'll be sharp.
This is what I got to deal with. Is this your hat?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's supposed to be out in the rain.
All right. It was good talking to you. Why? You trying to wash it?
Yeah.
Yeah. By next week, I'll be able to get together with you, baby. Keep holding
Okay,
conversation.
okay. It was my pleasure, and we can hardly wait to hear the
I'm
rest of
standing
the
up already,
story.
threw out the hat already, and it's just coming on YouTube now. Wow.
It's called feedback.
Yeah, I think
There's a loop.
I'll give you a little.
Yeah, I want to give you a loop.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you loop yourself back inside? Yeah. Yeah. Notes. Well, world, that was my father, the third. I'm the fourth. My son's the fifth. Hopefully the tradition will go on. That was a conversation the other day that was had. Now I don't know what y'all were talking about, but I can't imagine because I couldn't hear because I got my stuff turned down. He couldn't turn his stuff down. Talk about a fiasco. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna show some of the little toys that I got to play with. In case anybody's interested, because it's just open Zoom. I'm surprised nobody else is coming on in here and hopping on. I would have to say I do have a cool dad. The choice to live with my mother or my father, for lack of a better reason, I thought I would have a definitely better upbringing with my father than with my mother. And so I learned half of what I learned from him, and the other half I had to learn on my own. So I will pass that along that you think he's cool as a cucumber. when he does something nice though, because he's all. I don't try to give him aneurysms and stuff. I'm not trying to make him have a stroke. Did he say that?
Something to that effect. Yeah, but that's kind of a common thing from that generation.
Oh, I'm gonna give him one now. You watch. I'm gonna start throwing medals into the trash bin. You want to see a man come unglued? I'll sit there. I'll put up my camera and I'll do a time lapse right on the big chunk of metal sitting inside the dumpster. Watch him scramble for it. Oh, I'm gonna kick his ass. Oh, let me get this chunk of metal back out. And- this is how
Hey,
bad it is.
wait a second. That's pretty diabolical.
I know, and I'm gonna do it just because I like to fuck with my dad because he fucks with me, and I love him. I love him to death. So the dumpster arrives. The dumpster's supposed to be empty, right? My dad looks in there. He's like, "What's that down there in the end of the dumpster?" I says, "It looks like two pieces of metal. You want me to go down there and get them out?" He's like, "Hell yeah, I do." I'm like, I figured as much. So Sawzall had to get the tire off this rotted thing. Axle had to saw the so the axle punctured a hole into the canister. I couldn't wiggle it out, so I had to Sawzall the shafts down at the end so I could just drop it off. And then the other hunk of metal is a nice size metal. So I mean, we're getting some money with our dumpster, probably like 50 cents. But hey, 50 cents is 50 cents. Probably not even, probably like 10 cents. So we made 10 cents off this guy. Unglued, that's the word. So what's everybody else doing this evening in chat? Since how nobody's coming into the live Zoom to share some breaking rules. I mean, does anybody even if all right, if anybody wants to see some of my old toys I used to play with like 30, I don't know, 20 something years ago. Little plastic figurines. I remember playing with them. Hit one. And see a couple ones on there. I mean, I like shows and tells, you know. It just makes it interesting because there's life. Life goes on. Forrest Fenn had a treasure hunt. He taught us all a bunch of different things that we all need to learn in our own different ways. Why not carry that on by teaching other things, you know? Like rule number 2, don't touch stuff that don't belong to you. Oh, since nobody's putting up ones, I'll just put up a 1 first. Oh, 1, because my universe. So you'll have to tell me how you can see these, Trusted, and what you think of these, because everybody knows the GI Joe characters, right? You know, the simple green GI Joe guys, the little GI Joe guys, the little green thingies, right?
Yeah,
Let's see if
boy
let's see if I
doll.
can do this right. All right. So I was getting a bunch of these. So I guess share screen with camera would probably work better, huh? Let me try that. Share screen camera. There we go. So this guy here, an archer, but he's blue.
He's
So
blue. He has a skirt. He's Roman.
yeah, that's right. And since you pointed that out, uh, uh, da, 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 da. I'm here to protect you. Another, I would think Roman guy. Roman there. See, he's got a skirt. Yeah. So he's protecting the Roman. He's like, let me get up here. Don't shoot me.
Yeah,
Let me get over here
there's
to a better
another
spot.
there's another name for that man dress, and I don't remember what it is.
Kilt's one of them, but that's the Scottish ones, John.
Well,
Or
that
Irish.
the Roman one is a shirt with a skirt mixed together, whatever the heck they call it.
I'll have to look it up. All right, how about these ones?
And one of
These
the
guys.
oldest the second oldest painting, and a couple more recent of Jesus had that same man dress on, like a Roman would wear.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and the original drawing of Jesus, the oldest one known, is a picture of a man on a cross with a donkey head. But they had him dressed like a Roman because the Hebrew people that were in authority didn't like the fact that he was not standing up against the Romans. So, basically they were calling him a traitor. But he wasn't standing up against the Romans because the Romans were hell bent on destroying the temple. And he wanted the temple destroyed because that's where all the evil was occurring. They wanted Jesus Barabbas, which, Barabbas was also a Jesus. They wanted Jesus Barabbas, which meant son of the Father, which is the Jesus everybody talks about today, even though they don't realize it. They wanted the son of the Father who had been through trial for sedition and murder because he tried starting a physical uprising, and that's what the Jewish people wanted to occur. So that's why they wanted him off of the cross and put the other guy on the fucking cross, because he wasn't going to stand up against the Romans.
No, did you see these other guys? These other little Indian looking peoples. Hello, Galaxy. How you doing today? Gabba gabba gabba. Playing with some old figurines. Figured
Yeah, I
share
remember
some of my.
seeing those at the supermarket when I was a kid.
My dad bought like 1,000 of these things. Galaxy, how you doing today?
Good. How are you doing?
This guy's like evil. Well, pretty good, just reminiscing,
I see that.
thinking about how like some of the things that Forrest Fenn, breaking
Well, James,
laws and breaking rules.
how did you come about getting those little plastic figures?
Trust it.
How did you get those little plastic
How to what?
figures? How did you acquire those plastic
My dad.
figures? Yeah, but under what circumstance?
My dad. So
Because-
when in D&D, in his D&D age, he had bought a bunch of anything that had Dungeons and Dragons or Knights. My dad was into it, like very heavily. I mean, I just threw away like a 6-piece board set that you could lay an entire town and castle and city on into the trash. I mean, he had roads and hills and different things. It was like he was into it. What's this guy look like?
See, because when my mom was trying to teach me rule number 1 and rule number 2, she was trying to teach me that in the supermarket.
What's that? Don't speak in the supermarket. Better
Yeah.
seen than heard. And
Yeah.
don't touch stuff on the shelves. Yeah.
Yeah. And if I got through the supermarket obeying rule number 1 and rule number 2, I got a treat, and that was one of the treats because those things back then, they'd have, I don't know, 6 or 10 of them in a package for like 50 cents or something. I'd get something like that, something very inexpensive, but I thought it was really cool because we were kind of on the poor side. So yeah, that's how I acquired those kind of things. And you said that your dad bought you thousands of them. So I'm assuming you weren't learning rule number 1 and rule number 2. So he had to keep buying those and buying those and buying those and buying them.
Probably. Because I remember playing with these, I think at my grandpa's house at the very least, if not at Dad's house in the base. It was like some kind of orc or something. I got 2 more. There's this little guy coming in. Peekaboo. Peekaboo. So what have you been up to, Galaxy? Any new news in the chase community or your personal life that is of noteworthy to celebrate?
I don't think there is.
Nah.
It's been a good summer for me.
Yeah, what'd you end up doing this summer so far? At least, like, what's some of the most memorable events so far?
Just the weather's been nice. I've been enjoying my weekends, going, being on the lake, that type of thing.
Nice. Yeah, my wife's been on the lake too. I've been jealous.
How come you're not?
Oh, because I'm down here at my dad's house helping him. I'm actually touching stuff that I'm not supposed to be touching, but trying to help him. What's the word that I'm looking for?
Downsize?
Downsize. Yes, I'm trying to help him downsize. See, the wizard. He's like, downsize. We're gonna downsize you all. Don't you worry. Then you all can look at the wizard. But yeah, that's just some of the things that I remember playing with as kids is some of these toys that my dad had gotten. I mean, I can reach in this thing behind me, like this. It's like a bucket. Let's see. I mean, not like you can see it, but there's like all different kinds. You know what I mean? So we got another knight in there. This guy.
Did you keep them or did he keep them for you?
Now my dad kept them for himself. Yeah, he. Oh, this one you gotta see. This is a green dragon. Watch out! Here goes the green dragon. Brr, 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 brr. Gotta make room. Brr,
Well,
brr.
Kiwi, see, you still didn't understand the lesson. You would have got all those when you were a kid, but you didn't follow rule number 1 and rule number 2. So he bought those himself so you could see them, but they were his.
Yeah, I know. Look, but don't play. Oh, so the dragon's out there. So there must have been a fight in Star Trek world because the Enterprise here that's coming in. This old with the plastic got shot. The wing broke. Guess the year of this metal Star Trek little toy figurine that probably sat on some kind of pedestal
1968.
No, I wish that'd be a good year. Actually, I
1984.
don't know. I didn't look. Let's see. The says I need glasses. 1983. So you were close. Hey, he got shot down by this guy. Robin Lambert Prey. For anybody that are Star Trek fans. Yeah, this is what people do when they talk Forrest Fenn, just in between stuff, waiting for things to happen. Because I mean, it'd be interesting to see something happen.
Have you thought anything has been happening?
Yes, for sure. I mean, you got 3 years of this story that's been in limbo, right? Waiting to find out what's happening, but the ending keeps changing, keeps being redefined. And I think it's because they're waiting to figure out how to tell the story right. And unfortunately, if it's rushed to come out, I think that the story won't be in the right way, if that makes any sense.
The story of what, though?
I think the story's still ongoing.
So
I do too. I don't really know how to describe it, but
it's
Well, we got
so there's
either a paragraph or a chapter coming up about a guy suing for fraud. That's going to be in the story, no fucking doubt.
you know what, though? I know you're pretty critical of Dave,
Yeah.
but when you see the stuff that's happened over the last 3 years, I kind of feel bad for him. I don't think he's necessarily I don't even know how to put it, really. I feel like there's games being played with his head, and I don't think it's right.
Who's the he?
With everybody in general.
Well, who's
So
playing games with his head?
yeah, so who would be the game player then? Or you thinking Forrest?
Well,
The
you
people-
can't. Nobody. It's never directly. It's always indirect.
Well, the people that he's talking with about the comic book thing, he said he isn't the one that found all this stuff that he's coming out with. Other people fed him the information, which I'm sure that caused him to look in more, and he found stuff himself. But he said that there were a bunch of other people that were feeding him information. So you could say those were the ones fucking with his head.
Feeding him information on what exactly?
The comic book situation theme that he was following.
Okay, but when everything seems like it's not true, like Jack, the whole story of Jack has fallen apart, right? At least some people think that.
The story, yeah. I look at it as like
the story that we're getting from is coming from outside sources.
Indirectly. Well, you're saying outside sources, but you know, you hear a lot of this stuff coming from Shiloh.
No, we don't hear anything coming from Shiloh.
Well, what do you mean? We hear him talking through Ben, talking through Cynthia.
We don't know what he's saying to Ben or Cynthia or anybody.
We're being shown.
Oh, I haven't been shown anything, so I don't.
I know what Galaxy is saying.
I've heard
That
more
there's different
third
things.
and
So-
fourth party type information than anything else. You know, Cynthia was feeding stuff to K-Pro, and it was supposed to be all coming from Shiloh. So, you know, we got the separation of Shiloh, Cynthia, K-Pro. Nobody knows who was really saying what. A lot of questionable things being said. In other words, we don't know who's making up what.
And just like
Yeah.
K-Pro said last night about how the chest that Justin Posey has doesn't match up with what was described in the book.
Yes, it does.
That's not what the guy says that owns it.
Why? Because it has a date on the bottom of it.
Oh, the numbers.
Well, it has a date on the bottom of manufacture in the 1800s. As far as stated was that it was a Romanesque box.
12th
That's a
century.
style, huh?
Didn't he say it was a 12th
So
century?
I would like to say people like to embellish things.
1150 Romanesque box. Romanesque is a style. 1150 is the date of the architecture of that style. People are jumping to conclusions that aren't necessarily true. That's why Forrest used to say, I love saying stuff that I'm the only one that knows what it means and nobody else knows what it means. That's a prime example of it.
Oh, there's a tree.
And now people jump to the conclusion. Now they say it doesn't match up with what Forrest said. Oh, Forrest is a liar. He lied about that. No, he didn't. You people still don't understand.
See, like I'm more interested in the Madison project. The tree. The tree kind of ties is like one of the question marks. You know? Like, why would somebody sit there and I might be mistaken, but wasn't Jack quoted as saying I had to go back and refine the blaze because the blaze was broken? I mean, I could be mistaken, and I most likely am. But if that's the case, the only way you would know what the blaze is if somebody told you exactly what blaze Forrest Fenn personally is referring to in the location of the chest. Or somebody else relaying.
Or you assumed it and you were using your assumption and saying, okay, this is what I decided on what it is. Oh, look at that. That's a fake blaze where that is. That can't be the real blaze. There's no chest around here. I'm grid searching it. Some cruel searcher set up a fake blaze. And he assumed those things. I mean, it's easy after the fact. It says, okay, I have the treasure, so I am right. So now I can look back at other things and I can put an assessment on them and decide what they were.
Oh, that's what I was saying. It was back to like the overall bigger picture. Like there's a lot of small pictures that are being thrown out, video clips, pictures, this, that, a lot of small stuff to kind of be a glimmer in your eye, to catch your eye, I guess. Like them little shiners on fishing hooks and stuff. But the bigger picture is what I was kind of referring to. Is everybody has a perception to what the thrill of the chase was, what the thrill of the chase meant to them, And even Forrest Fenn himself had a specific pattern in what he thought and how he thought the thrill of the chase would go. Now, after reading his book and then some of his other books thereafter of the trilogy, and seeing the chase marketplace, the different aisles, how they have changed, adapted, and I'm about to sneeze. Done sneezing. Dragon that fell over. Get you, dragon. Come back, get that bird of prey. You're supposed to eat birds. But I think Forrest Fenn had, and there's a reason why I say this is because people don't spend a lot without expecting something. Forrest spent $1 million worth of trinkets, but he was expecting something in return. And I think he got, in a majority, a return when he got people out and about and start doing things to change their life just because of the thrill of the chase. I mean, that alone is an inspiration to do something than what you're doing right now. You know what I mean? But on the bigger picture, besides that short adventure that's in place in front of you, the bigger picture is the things that we were doing and who we're doing them with and when we're doing them. That makes life and the thrill of the chase that much more meaningful and important. And when they come out with this documentary about the thrill of the chase, you know, that's why I said I would hope that the story, how I feel it would be told, is more on that sentimental. It's about the family connection, because the family connection lasts longer than the materialistic stuff that is around us. So maybe, and with the location, if they thought the location wasn't going to be known, and they had these plans to write a book and finally describe the location and all that, and then all of a sudden things got sped up because people did their research, went out there and said, oh, hey, this looks like the same spot, this looks like the same pictures. Next thing you know, supposedly this is the spot where it was found. Now somebody's timelines of some of these places, they've been changed, and in doing so, I would hope it doesn't disrupt the creative flow that such a story like this can have such an impactful meaning. Because at the very end, at the very least, the thrill of the chase has helped more people with mental health problems than it did people who had money problems. And I would almost say that, wholeheartedly guarantee it, like 1,000%. And that's why I think the documentary should definitely at least show the connection between that great treasure that this man left, the rhyme and reason in which he did it, but also the searchers that were there before, during, and after, and the things that they're doing to continue to improve their life because of this, that their mental health has improved and continued to improve, and by this bystander, that they're helping other people, And it's a shame when other people and other YouTubers try to pretend that they're somebody else and try to discredit other people. And that goes for whoever they know who they are. But I just want to shout that out. But yeah, overall, I think there's more to come. Obviously, something's in the works, but hopefully it's in the works that the majority of the searchers will at least, I guess, find some kind of peace in the end of whether or not they liked it or not, how it ended. But I'm not ignoring chat. How you doing, John? Okay, Gleena. Just I got a one-track mind, and now that track has ended, and now it's Galaxy and Trust's turn to pipe in on what I just said, because it probably doesn't make any sense anyway. And I'll just read chat and be like, "How's chat doing?"
I don't think anything's coming.
No, no
No.
movie, no. I mean, they could totally make a series. They could totally make a series off of the Thrill of the Chase if they wanted to. But a documentary or a movie, they totally could do that too. I mean, the vision is there.
I mean, I don't feel like they're doing it the right way if they were.
Yeah.
I think if something does make its way to Netflix, it's going to be nothing that's of interest to any of us still waiting around. No answers, no
You don't think
nothing.
you don't think it'll have some kind of uh attempt at closure, or an attempt to, because I can see it as being an attempt to make it a full circle, as to close the loop, so that there's no ands, ifs, or buts, even though there'll always be the ands, ifs, or buts. Because I mean, even I don't know, there's so many different things that are possible. It's like the timing, and then just this, that, how things were already done, written up. You know what I mean? All these different things. It's like, I don't know. Would they do a documentary showing that a treasure hunt had a staged ending? Well, I doubt it. But they would probably try to do something that would, if and here's the thing. It makes you wonder if they're even, because apparently a lot of everybody dropped off of Forrest Fenn stuff, seeing as how the chest is found, sold, so they're just waiting for moving on. They moved on with their lives and stuff. Is not to say that we haven't. We just enjoy the conversation and what it brings. Hence, that's why there's like, you can almost probably, well, like, I'm not a core Fenner or anything, but I mean, it's interesting to follow up every day to see who's talking about Forrest Fenn and what they're talking about. Sometimes it's not even Forrest Fenn related, but it's interesting. And I have no idea why I'm talking.
I tend to think we'd all be better off doing something else. Really. Maybe that's just my opinion, but
Well, I mean, it
I
would
know
have
it is
been.
for me. For me, it is.
Well, and here's the thing: is the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase was a time consumer for me. It helped me fill my days when I if you feel low, it's like open up this book and think that you could be the person to find it. And that's what I did, and a lot of people did that. And then the trauma comes of it being found and Forrest Fenn dying. Two whammies. So what others? But uh, incorporating the Forrest Fenn, I guess, into um, an expectation. I don't know if that's the right words to use. Hi, Bird.
For me, it was when I got into it, I wanted to find it.
Uh-huh.
And when it was found, I was kind of like, huh, well, that's over with. But I didn't realize like how much not knowing what the answer to the riddle meant.
Right? Because it makes a difference. It
you know,
makes a difference between something being found and how something was found. There's
there's
a big difference.
there's not much that I can remember word for word, except for when it comes to this crap. I can recite that poem,
Yeah. The first one's the
and
only one that really matters to me. The first stanza.
but to not know
'Cause,
it but know it that well.
I mean, using the poem and the words, you know, you can use them and get guided to where the chest was found, or even guided to Fenn Rock. And you can also get guided to other places using the poem
Well,
in
like
various
you said, it
ways.
could take you anywhere, right?
Yeah. But the only important places that I cared about where the poem took me would have been where Forrest Fenn would have been. You know what I mean? Because that's the only shadow that I would care about following would have been his. Because he's the only one that went in with that treasure, not anybody else. So I can't take anybody else's word for where they looked or how they looked or what they were even looking for. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
One person misses by an inch, you miss by a mile. The next person right behind you is right on target. That's just the way it is. In this case, 200 feet, 300 feet, a lot of people miss by that much. But to be like somebody eloquently put it, everybody who drives by that area is at least a 200-foot searcher. If as long as you go down by the rock, at least. But I have no idea where I was going with that one either. I mumble. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, it's your show.
Well, I mean, it's about having other people on here. So I mean, Galaxy, how, if you don't mind, I mean, why not get a little personal? I mean, what type of lifestyle or what type of mindset or physical set were you before you got into the thrill of the chase? Like what got you into it? What brought you into it? How did you get into it? You know what I mean? If you don't mind.
I
Uh,
I hardly remember at this point, but I think it was like a random YouTube video where it showed like stuff that was still out there. Like I was interested in like other treasure mysteries and stuff. So
yeah.
I seen that it was an ongoing thing. So then I kind of looked into it a little bit more.
So
You know,
what year did you start looking?
I can't remember if it was like 2015, 2016.
Nice.
And then I tried looking or searching, just not searching, but like trying to figure it out after that with just the poem. And then eventually I bought the book and then I read it once and I thought, how in the hell do you ever figure that out based on what's in there? And
Yeah.
I set it up for a while, still paid attention. Um, and then I got back into it, read it, multiple times, listened to all the videos, probably going back as far as the beginning. So I feel like I caught up pretty quick. I read, I think, everything that you could possibly read about it too. Uh, but that's how I got into it. Never searched for it.
So you never went boots on the ground or out of
No, I don't have you know, I got money that could be spent elsewhere, you know,
Yeah.
there's always something more.
Priorities. Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'm smoking my priority.
I do that too. But
I'm just saying, that's what I get in trouble for around here. But that's for a whole nother subject for a whole nother day.
there were at least one time that I could think of that I could have possibly left in, you know, a day to go look. I was really close, but I'm glad I chose not to, because it would have been money that I shouldn't have spent doing that. You know, I wouldn't have found it, that type of thing.
Yeah, but
So
sometimes
I feel for those people that maybe made a bad decision that ultimately led to their death, because
yeah.
I can see how it happens. Not that
You
my
get so
spot was
wrapped up.
dangerous, but you know, the planning that goes into it, you know, you do it, you're sometimes trips on a whim.
Sometimes those trips on a whim or taking the trip that you really can't afford. Sometimes those are the trips that you really remember. Sometimes you'll remember that you shouldn't have spent the money to do it or go on that trip too, though. So it's a 50-50 shot, I guess. So you're wise in your decision making, it sounds. So what kind of, at least for lack of a better word, is, I guess, hobby, time consumer, both same thing, you know what I mean? Something a person enjoys to do while they're doing nothing. I mean, is there something that you've done before, or is there something that you've picked up after the thrill of the chase that you do as a time consumer, or as a hobby that you enjoy, you know?
Uh, Before, I mean, I would say I have 2 kids, so really I wouldn't say that wasn't my hobbies, but you know,
Right. Those,
that's how I spent
obviously,
my free time.
kids are always number one. Family's always number one. I would give that to anybody that ever calls in. I would hope, you know, because without them, either far or distant, you feel more alone, even though you're not. Sometimes, I don't know, sometimes family makes you feel alone, that's for sure. But,
But I will
you
say, you
know,
know, like my hobby has been this for, you know, a while, the whole time, basically, ever since I started it.
so you haven't picked up like a side hobby or something else afterwards then, or
No,
because like because of the thrill of the chase and getting me back out there and then learning about this, learning about that, learning, other treasure hunts, and getting into metal detecting, and then learning about history, following history, and you're visiting all these places. It kind of changed my life in a sense. It gave me a new hobby of metal detecting is my new hobby. And it's like, because I can sit there and be able to control what's going on and how it's playing out, you know? And for me, it's a peaceful thing because, finding oneself, one has to be alone sometimes. So
I'd
sometimes,
say that's kind of how I spend my time.
and learning, but being in nature alone is an amazing thing. That's for sure. Me, Kiwi, we love nature. She'll go camping with us. I'm trying to I need to work on more of her flying. Winter needs to get here so I can work with her flying. She's flying again around the house, though, I guess. Apparently, she's been landing on the floor, and Gunner keeps, like, I don't know, eyeing her out or something. So it's a shame that I'm not home to help with the animals. You got any fur babies?
I have a couple cats, and the dog passed a few years ago.
Sorry for your
Then we
loss,
got another one.
friend. And then, what about you,
Thank you.
Trusted? You got fur babies?
No,
No fur babies. You should
no,
get a cat.
hell no.
Muskrat.
Nope.
I got a question for you.
For Trusted? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, for me or for Trusted?
For you, yeah,
Oh,
For
yeah,
you.
okay, go ahead.
or anyone in the chat. If you could go back, would you do it all over again?
Seeing how I was 200 feet away and thinking that the spot I was at was precise, no, I wouldn't, because for me, I follow the storyline, I followed somebody's shadow, and I put myself in a place where somebody could have been standing and possibly hit a chest. You know, that's part of my Madison project. So for me, I wouldn't change anything. You know, the story had to play itself. I had to learn about it through, you know, my own depression, through my own situation that I was going through, for it to trigger something inside of me. So, I mean, every single item out there can have a different effect on everybody else because they perceive that single item differently. You know what I mean? Just, I mean, a red basketball, that's just an example. I mean, somebody can see a red planet, somebody sees a red soccer ball, somebody sees, you know what I mean? The perception's always different. But, you know, Forrest Fenn left in me a simple perception that he was trying to lead me down a place that he was very content in being, that he enjoyed being, that he revered, the thoughts that he would always think about. He decided to stop telling the same story and over again. He decided to write books instead and hide a treasure at the same spot that he's always wanted to visit ever since he was a kid. So, I mean, to me, that's my story and how I perceived it. That's how I got to where I was looking. 200 feet, that's good enough for me. I mean, I don't know, that a lot of people can, I mean, that's a good thing to say, is 200 feet, 300 feet, you know, you're part of it now. You were that close. We missed by an inch, we missed by a mile. In this case, it was only 200 feet we missed. So there's a lot of people that miss by 200 feet. Maybe even less than that. People who probably crossed the river, not even knowing why they crossed the river. You know. What about you, Trusted? Would you change any of your search?
No, no, if I went back in time and the time was April of 2013, my neighbor hollered up to me, 'cause his property was lower than mine, hollered up to me and told me that he had just seen on the Today Show that some guy buried a treasure in Arizona. and whoever could find it could have it. And I went online and started researching then, and no, I wouldn't change any of it. It fell right in line with what I was in the process of doing, which was translations. Ancient word translations that involve pictures, which is all this stuff here. I was in the middle of doing this kind of thing. I had been doing it for a few years. And I was like, heck, I could do this poem thing that he. This one right here. Let me see if I can get a close up. Is that the right one?
Yeah, I want a chart when you're done with your thinking.
Yeah, right there. Tassade. Tassade. Trail. Also means journey, chase, and hunt. Oh, that's cool. And this one down here, which is not a lot of information, this twisted one right here. The God, which is a rope, which means twist, dark, wicked. Not a whole lot of information with that one, but I have a book, an old Masonic book, that says that one of the ancient meanings of that is a chase. It was kind of cool finding those things associated with what I was working on, but it had nothing to do with solving the poem. It's just the manner of solving the ancient language, because it was originally pictures, and then there were word meanings associated with the pictures. And one of the things Forrest said was pay special attention to the nouns. A noun is a person, place, or thing, which mean a picture can be made from a noun. So if you have a picture based on a noun, you can then go for meanings of the picture. So I was like, yeah, I can do this.
I mean, that's how, the Western world was picture diagrams. We'll draw pictures. How many days it takes is probably how many circles were on the ground.
Well, the
I mean,
thing of it is, with the pictures in the translation, I mean, the picture's a noun, right? But the picture can also be describing a verb, for example. Let's say the picture is of a man and he's running. It can be man, but it also can mean running, which is the verb. So just because it shows up as a noun in the poem doesn't mean it's a noun in the translation, which is going to confuse people, but also gives more options to make it difficult.
I don't know. This picture that I'm creating, the background is getting difficult. This thing's about to get eaten by the dragon. Yeah, I'd like a copy of that. That's not your finalized chart, is it?
No, it's not my chart. This is a chart that I bought when I first started doing this kind of translation stuff. I went to this website right here.
But aren't you working on even going deeper and further back by translating those symbols with some of the old Hebrew and
Well, what I did was this was my baseline. I started learning about it from this guy. He's in Mississippi. His name's Jeff Benner. And things that I discovered, I decided that some things I believe are inaccurate in what people believed that they were and how things got changed over time. So I put in what it was that I believed these things were and built off of that. So even though I start with this baseline, there are differences in the work that I've done. And I found other things that other people don't talk about or don't know.
yeah. Oh, PSA announcement. She's out. What is it? Gleena. It is heat wave now. Don't forget to please stay hydrated, people. There is a water cart on this train, so get yourselves a drink. Go inside, get a drink of water, get a drink of coffee, Kool-Aid, soda, beer, liquor. Drink something because staying hydrated is very important. Your body's 80% water. Your joints needs the water to help lubricate them so that you're not so and it's just, it helps transfer a lot of goods and bads in and out of your bodies. So don't forget to stay hydrated, especially if you're in areas where it gets hot. Not that anybody watches this show or joins this train ride, but hey, we ride everywhere. Train never stops, and we're always trying to look out. Because if you get heat exhaustion and you pass out, we just gonna toss you off the train. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. I didn't pay the medical bill this month, so we ain't got no nurse on the backstage or a doctor. So that's how we take care of the sick, just like that movie. Which one? Mighty Pythons. Bring out your dead. Ding. Right? How many people seen Mighty Python? Hit one. If you, in chat, if you've seen Mighty Pythons and search for the Holy Grail. When they're bringing out the dead in the very beginning, it's funny. Yes, no, you guys, Galaxy.
No, I haven't.
You haven't seen that movie? Oh my Lanta, you should check it out. I mean, it's an old style movie nowadays compared to AI and everything's new generated 4K, 8K television stuff. But I mean, it's a good watch. It's a funny watch. I like the part about the white rabbit and that beginning part. And there's a couple other parts that are funny too, but I don't know. You ever get bored and you want to do something for a couple hours? Watch Mighty Python's Search for the Holy Grail.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, the Knight, the Black Knight. That's a funny one. That's a funny part of that movie too, the Black Knight section. So you'll know these sections just from what I said, and just get ready for a good giggle. So if you're doing what I think you do, like I do, and what I think I'm doing, then yeah, do that, and then watch that show. I snuck up on a bear and slapped
old
his
is it?
ass. It's shit, what, like 90s, 80s, probably like an 80s movie. Shit, it's probably even like a 70s movie. Ugh. Yeah, it's probably like a 70s movie. 70s, late 70s, early 80s. Oh, what else? They don't scare me. A moose with babies is another story, though. They will kill you. Absolutely, John. Let's see if I can show that. Show. Nope, it says another moderator just handled this, which is interesting. I don't even have a moderator in here. So YouTube has a self-moderation system already in place, which is interesting. So yeah, sometimes people's stuff will get hidden. I'll read it if it's worth. I'll read it out loud just so the other people in chat can hear it, because not all of it's bad that that people are putting. I mean, like that one. John wrote, people. He says, I snuck up on a bear and slapped his ass. They don't mind. They don't scare me. A moose with babies is another story, though. They will kill you. Yeah. So yeah, I tried to show that, but it wouldn't show. Oh,
Wait, I'm seeing that.
oh, you are seeing it?
Yeah.
It says show or hide right here, and I hit the show. And it says another moderator just handled this. It's like, okay, whatever. So what else have you guys got going on for your evening?
You're looking at it.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I have no real plans. Actually, I do. Before it gets too late, I got some wood that got to go out to the trash, so I got to cut it up. So I got to do that before it gets late. Don't want to be a bad neighbor and make too much noise late.
Well, you could either do it tonight or tomorrow morning, unless trash is coming tomorrow morning, then in which case you should do it tonight. All depends on you, though.
Yeah,
Why do today what you can do tomorrow?
make sure that it's done.
Good lesson. Do today so you don't have to do tomorrow what can be done today. I like it.
Either way is no great loss. It's not gonna change my life either direction that I take it. But it would be nice to get that done because I'm working at cleaning up that room and straightening it out. I'm using it as a workshop area. And I set up a bench with my miter saw, and on the wall opposite that, I'm gonna have my table saw because there's enough room to operate a table saw if I put it there. So I want to get that pile of wood out of the way so that I can use a table saw. I can still use it for cutting smaller stuff, and I'm probably not going to be cutting any big stuff anytime soon. So like I said, it really won't change anything, but I'd like to get that wood out of there, trying to separate the wood stuff that I'm going to keep versus the stuff that got to go out. I still got a lot of things I'm gonna build out of at this place. So I don't like throwing things away too quickly because then I just end up having to buy them. And that includes wood. And heck, when COVID came around, wood got pretty expensive.
Yeah, it did. And I was just about to say, it kind of goes along with what we were talking about with what my father is doing is if you got this will be a nice one to show. I'll show this guy. Hold on. Is uh get it, keep it, hold on to it because you can use it for another day. He just like you smart enough to be able to manage that.
Well,
I'm
that's
I'm
the
looking
thing.
through
I mean,
tools.
I wanna make use of as much stuff as I can, but I don't want it to become dysfunctional. If I need to cut big stuff on that table saw inside, which I've been cutting big stuff outside, but if I want to get into doing more projects and do them inside, then I got to have that stuff out of the way or things are dysfunctional.
Yeah, we can't have any dysfunction going on.
No, you need function for efficiency.
That's right. I'm looking through these toys. Show you
Yeah,
some more
actually, there was
toys.
a project, a small project I was going to do today. I was going to make some drying boxes to dry compost. I'm gonna make a rack. It looks like a restaurant rack. You know how they get the aluminum rack with the trays and they slide all the baking trays on the rack.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna make one with trays that have screen and drainage mat so that I can lay my compost out and dry it.
And
So
there you
I
go.
gotta make the first one, the prototype, which is enough to do 1 5-gallon bucket at a time. So I can start doing that in that manner before I get wood and have a delivery. But before I get wood and have a delivery, I want my shop in order so that I can stock the new wood that I'm going to use to do the project that I'm going to do, and get rid of the stuff that I'll probably never use.
Oh. Let's see. Okay.
Because just because
You'll-
it's good
you'll-
doesn't mean that I want to save it here. Because I only want to save stuff that I'm going to use either here or when I build an off-grid place. If I'm not going to use them at either place, then I don't need it. It's just in the way.
Then why hold on to it?
Right.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
need
hopefully
my
we
space reserve for stuff that I really want to do. I mean, at one time I had a lot of space. I had a couple of big houses over the years. One of them was about 5,000 square feet, plus a small storage building. I don't have that any longer, and I'm not going to do that, build something like that here. One, I can't afford to do it, and the other is I just don't want to do that here. So I got to make do with what it is that I have going on now.
Well, that's about all you can do is do the best with what you got with what you got.
Well, yeah, that's why I don't want it. I don't want the place to be cluttered and dysfunctional, because then I can't do what I want to get done.
And that's one of the reasons why I stopped doing projects. Was you get one project going, and I never finished projects. So it'd be one project here, one project there, another project somewhere else. And I just had a mess here, mess there, mess here, and it's like I need to not do projects because I'm apparently not cleaning up my messes. So don't make a mess, don't do a project.
Yeah,
So I go out walking around in nature.
I've done lots of that too. Have the idea to work on something and only do half of it and not finish it and get interested in something different. And oh, look at this! I want to do this over here now and start doing that. Yeah, that can be a problem. That becomes dysfunctional.
I wonder what kind of character this guy is on the screen. He looks like I was thinking Star Trek, but there's an A on his belt. And I don't see an insignia for a Star Trek sign, so it definitely would not have worked. So you think Shiloh's coming out with a book?
I think so. I don't see why. I don't see why that wouldn't be true.
What kind of topics do you think would be special in that book? Because it seems like there was some kind of sensitivity between 1.0 and 2.0 rumblings and ramblings, and the connection, even with this retrieval spot at 9 Mile Hole, words and rumblings and ramblings.
Well, I think the sensitivity was the people that were putting out information really didn't have a right to do that, and it pissed them off, and I don't blame them. And it doesn't matter if anybody says, well, it doesn't, it's no great news to the community. So what? It's not yours to share. It would become a personal thing with him. And I don't blame him one bit for getting pissed off if he was, really pissed off about it. Because, he's lived long enough through this chase thing and see how people get involved with his family's personal fucking business. And
Yeah.
I can see how it would be very irritating. How
Yeah.
just because people want to know things doesn't mean they have the right to know everything they want to know. And just because people want to have a YouTube channel and have content doesn't make it right for them to take other information that they shouldn't be taking and using it. And they knew they shouldn't be using it.
That's interesting. And now, you know, the other thing about it too, though, is it makes me wonder about that map that he signed. That was one there at the World Series of Fenn. Now,
That
when
the
I go
map
home,
with
I'm gonna
Jack
relook
Stu?
it. No, that's the one Shiloh signed, and he circled home up there by his signature.
I don't think I seen that. He circled what?
He circled the place and wrote home, or circled the place and home was written down in Santa Fe. So why would he
Okay.
circle a place under his name where he signed? I don't know. I'll have to look at the map. It's part of the giveaway on that link that I shared earlier.
I don't know.
As I'm giving away that map that Shiloh signed. As soon as there's enough unique comments from users, which, you know, that's my time consumer. That's my Talking Tuesday thing is you know, to mention that there's a golden coin ready to be given away that was from Forrest Fenn, Thrill of the Chase, and that there's silver and silver coins and silver bars as part of the giveaway. Trying to reach 114,000 unique comment users. A feat that some say is too much. One that says I got all the time in the world to find out if it'll work or not. No, I still gotta even out a few things and square a few things off when I get back home, as far as, you know, the giveaway amounts and to each winner and stuff. Because there's still stuff that needs to go out to the first place and second and third place winners already. So, but yeah, waiting for it to get to the 100 and I think it's 112 unique comments. But it's interesting because this is also a, like, for lack of a better word, I'd hate to say social experiment, even though I don't want it to be a social experiment, even though it kind of is, because you look at it as here's a coin giveaway by leaving a comment, right? But the goal is it has to reach 114,000 comments to even get to the gold coin. So it now comes down to the people who see the video. Do they share it so that there's a better chance for there to even be a next drawing? Or are people just commenting, hoping that it's just going to somehow randomly get up to 114? You know what I mean? Because it, like, I kicked the ball to get the ball rolling. Now I'm waiting to see who out there in the community, or even in their own personal, because people have family members. You know what I mean? If you got 6 different family members and you say, hey, go to this video and leave a comment, that's 6 different people added on right there. You know what I mean? Now, there's 95 comments already, unique users. Say there's 2 people, family, single, people with like 4 kids, etc. You, if they shared as well as making a comment, then the amount of comments would go up sooner. Thus, more drawings would be done quicker, and thus the golden coin from Forrest Fenn's chest would be out there to some lucky winner. Along with that, map from Shiloh signs as some lucky winner, along with a bunch of silver coins and bars and pirate cobs to some lucky winners. Because on 3 of the drawings, everybody is eligible. But it's also on my part as far as like advertisement and stuff like that. I've been dropping it here and there and whatnot, but it's okay. But
Well,
it's like,
years ago, I had a real estate salesman's license. I went to work for a company to sell Florida property in Massachusetts. And during my training, one of the first things we were taught was the average person knows 250 people. So the same concept, networking, network marketing. And so what I started realizing was the company that was selling property in Florida was really selling property to salesmen that work for them and for family and friends of the salesmen that work for them, which is
oh
the
really?
same as the Fuller Brush Company. Same concept as Avon, Mary Kay, and every other goddamn thing going on. And after a while, as people go through the years and have these things come at them, they just do less and less and less and less of it.
I remember this guy. It still works. So there's this robot guy here. Let's see, camera. This robot guy, and on the back of him, show them, Mr. Robot. He's got some kind of gizmo, like a lighter. So when you sit there and you're flicking your lighter, he said it glows up. So he still works. So if I need flint in an emergency, I know where there's some flint. Away with you.
What was that thing?
It was an old toy that I remember playing with. He's like a little robot that has a flint on the inside.
Yeah, but what was the head on it? Like a bull? Helmet.
Nah. It's just a horned helmet. Yeah. The old toys. Well, actually, they were tools of learning, tools to keep a child occupied so as to not get amiss and get in trouble. Of course, I have no recollection of my childhood, so it's interesting to see some of this stuff. Because I do remember playing with it, at one point in time. So to see it is another interesting thing. And I'm breaking rule number 2. So I'm definitely going to get in trouble for this one. But you know what they say? When in Rome, not going to get stoned. No? Who did the stoning? Who did most of the stoning back in the day?
The religious people.
Shyster. It's no good. Casting stones from glass houses. Never much of a fun favorite of that one. I wonder if people can hear this noise that I'm making in this. Oh, what's this guy? You gotta check this guy out.
Well, they were
Oh.
following the rules. And the rules told them that they could stone people for certain reasons.
Meanies. Well, they got laws for everything, right? Well, that's societal things. You gotta keep some kind of order.
Yeah, keep some kind of order. Give the ability to murder people through the government. Well, I suppose if you have a group of bloodthirsty people, that would be laws that would be in that society. And that's a good reason why some of the people wanted that society destroyed.
So, cow hamburger. Probably I can't even see what that is.
Don't you worry, they're in the process of bringing that society back.
This Birdman's having himself a hamburger. Oh, nobody could see what I was doing when I was playing around with him anyway. Oh well. Oh, maybe they could. Yeah, the delay. My dad calls this feng shui whenever I talk Fenn stuff. So you think they're gonna come out with anything in a year, or you think it's gonna be a couple years?
I think there will be something occurring. What's today's date?
Today is Tuesday, July 18th.
I think we'll hear something in
Cowards, adults, focus.
2 months and 1 day. We will either hear it or that will be the date memorialized on whatever comes out.
Oh, why you say that?
Because that was the date that I sent in my solve to Forrest. And that was the date that the LLC was created for the sale of the treasure chest.
Oh, now I'm interested. Now you gotta make sure you like go live or something. Hi, Big Rob. How you doing today?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Rob.
Live and kicking, going down memory lane.
Yeah, I saw you playing with the toys, so I thought I'll hop in.
Hell yeah. We got this weird guy coming in. I don't know what the hell this guy would be. We'll make him sit on the bench. Where'd the bench go? Oh, we'll make him sit on the monster. Oh. Not that you could see. You can see better if we do that, though, can't you? Oh yeah.
How's things going, Rob? Did you get your new place?
And not yet. I'm still trying to sell my home here in Chicago. So I'm having a couple walkthroughs here and there.
Did you say a couple offers?
A couple walkthroughs.
Walkthroughs.
Yeah. So just waiting on that. Just keeping myself busy.
Are you using an agent or doing it yourself?
Both, actually. I hope the agent don't get it. I hope I get it because of the percentage, but I kind of got it both ways right now.
Uh-huh.
Be careful what you guys say. The supervisors in the room.
I know.
Oh, shit.
But the chief supervisor, he's cool with me, so he allows me to talk.
I hope we didn't say anything to lose our monthly bonus.
I
I'm
don't
still
know.
waiting for mine.
I'm waiting for mine. The mailman just drove the fuck off when I asked her.
What's up, guys?
How are you doing today, Trusted? Trusted. Oh my goodness.
All
Okay, how you doing today, Trusted? How you doing today, Rob? And how are you doing today, Troy?
right. Yeah, I got a little bit of news today. I mean, they're still not really telling me anything, obviously, that could impede their investigation. But I do know that, well, I'm speculating a little bit here because they didn't. I was concerned over something that happened last Thursday. So I notified the detectives about it, and I had them communicate with the because I'm in a different county. They communicated here, and let's just say they were paying extra attention around in my neighborhood. And basically, when I talked to the detective today, he said, well, he basically said that he doesn't think that there's like retaliatory type of thing is going to happen, but he didn't elaborate on why. But based on the information that I gave to the police of what was happening, that leads me to believe that the person that did it did not even know my sons. Let's put it that way. So there would be like no reason for them that they would extend it to the family or, like something like that. So it's something that happened with him, and whoever the suspect or suspects are, they don't think that my wife and I need to be worried. Obviously, we still are. The police will still come around. It's just, you don't know what to think because you don't know what happened. Like I said, it's not like
Not until you know the end.
right.
And you ever really
Exactly.
feel safe. And even then, you'll never feel safe again. Your family will never feel safe.
Well, of course not. I mean, if it was a car accident or something like that, at least you have some kind of closure. You know what happened. Or if it was like some kind of a crime, like a drive-by, or somebody was robbing a bank or something, and then you got caught in a crossfire. At least you have some kind of. But when you don't know anything about the case, you don't know. And that's just the point. But he kind of tried to assure me that they don't think. Now he wouldn't elaborate why. So I'm just taking it to my own speculation and assuming that it was likely not somebody that knew him, which as a result means they didn't know his friends or girlfriends or parents or anything like that.
Really?
It's an isolated thing. Yeah. And then of course they also told me that they think they'll have some information coming soon, but he couldn't elaborate. And then they put me, this is kind of like, they had like 3 detectives working on it, and they have the main detective. I know his name. I've never talked to him yet, but they're going to put me in touch with him finally, and he's going to give me a little bit more information. But the 2 other guys that were assisting in the investigation are no longer assisting in it, except for one of them. One of them is a specialty on internet crimes, and interesting enough, that was the one when I said when that stuff happened on YouTube, I immediately sent him all that information and who I thought is behind it. So I don't know what they're doing with that. I don't think that really pertains to my son. That was just an asshole doing an asinine thing. But either way, they're being looked at because of what they did. So anyway, that's what it's come down to. So there's only really one guy. So what that makes me think is that they have all the information they need. They're just wrapping things up before they go out and make the arrest. And they'll tell me before that happens.
Oh, wow.
So I'll know before like the media and all that stuff's going to know. But
Yeah.
I'm just glad. I do take some comfort, like I said, in the fact that we don't have to worry about any kind of retaliation. It's not that type of a thing. So it's an isolated
That's
thing.
good.
So in other words, and like I said, it's speculation, but based on what he said. So I don't think like in other words, he wasn't, if he was targeted, it was targeted for a situation that happened with him. But like, in other words, I don't believe, I could be wrong. I don't believe it was any of his friends or any of people that he associated with or anybody that would know anything about it. It was just something that happened. What, I don't know, and I'm not even going to try to speculate on that. I've been just trying to get away from it. I talk to a lot of people, and people are just saying, it sounds stupid, but go back, play Diablo or whatever you were doing, and because you're going to get yourself sick. And Trusted Living called me up. I don't even remember what day it was, yesterday or the day. We were on the phone from, like 1 o'clock in the morning to 6:30 in the morning.
Wow.
So Trusted and I were
It
talking.
was a day and a half ago.
Okay. Yeah, I'm all messed up now because I tried to go to sleep, after I got off the phone with you, because my wife just got home from the hospital, like 5 minutes, before we got off the phone. So I went to sleep, but I was up by 10 again. Then I went back to sleep later, but then I couldn't get to sleep last night, but I'm trying not to talk about it. So, Trusted was really good and helpful with the advice that he gave me. And it's pretty much the same advice other people were saying. And, it's a tough thing to do, but I'm not going to get anywhere. I'm not going to solve a crime. I'm not, there's nothing that I can do. What happened. I just got to let the detectives do their work. So then, my wife and I, we got the funeral arrangements all taken care of. And I don't know when exactly that's going to happen, but everything that needed to happen, as far as probate type of a thing, even though, there is no probate. He didn't have a house or assets or anything like that. But all of that stuff I got taken care of the last week. So there's really nothing at this point other than just wait and find out who it was. And then, of course, once that happens, my new goal is to do everything I can legally in my power to make sure that they suffer death sentence and they have a miserable life. Now, that's what I'm going to do. Obviously, that's my intention. Florida already has the death sentence, so I'm going to make sure that happens. If by chance they don't get the death sentence and they go for parole after so many years, I will be at the parole meetings to make sure that doesn't happen. And if it does happen, then I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure their life is ruined so they can't get a job or do anything or function. My family doesn't agree with me doing that, but I really, like I said, just given the circumstances, if it was anybody else's kid, regardless of how old they are, you would feel the same way, um, but I'm not going to do like an extremist would do. I think that would be a big mistake to try to play Mr. Investigator and go out and try to find out what happened or do some kind of vigilante type thing. I would certainly never do anything like that, but anything I can in my power, anything through the legal system, once whoever it was is convicted, I'm going to just be a thorn forever until they die or I die. One of the two. They're not going to have a nice life, and I'm going to make sure that happens.
So, if you don't mind, and I hope I don't speak out of line, is yeah, nope, that one went out the window.
What? You can ask whatever you want. I don't really
No,
know.
no,
Like I
no.
said, I
Oh,
don't
that's
know
what I was
much,
gonna say is you have that God-given power to decide and to choose what you do, when you do it, how you do it, and when you're done doing it. That's you. That's all you. And as a friend, I haven't lost a child. I hope knock on wood, not anytime soon. I hope not at all. You know, I hope they have to bury me. But
Yeah, it's the
yeah, I would
circumstances. You know,
kind
I
of be
mean,
on the same thing. You know, I mean,
well, I mean, you know,
I
if
don't
he,
blame you.
if he would have died self-inflicted or OD or you
That's a
know
different thing.
committing a crime
But
or
this
whatever,
is
it's a
somebody that
car
took
accident.
somebody else's life.
Exactly. So
They'll
anybody
do it
that,
again.
unless you've been in the shoes, somebody's shoes that's in that position, of course you're going to want that person to suffer whatever extreme there can be in the through the legal system. You know, that's the proper way to do it. I mean, and I mean, so many things went through your mind. You know, I there's a lot of things you have to think about. Me, I don't care. I mean, I'll do whatever I have to do, but I have to be concerned about my family and stuff. So I don't need to, you know, try to take things to an extreme to the point where it would involve my other loved ones. I don't want to do that, obviously. So, you know, I mean, it's just, I think anybody would want to do that. You have somebody, it's eye for an eye, you know, I mean, you kill somebody, then you deserve to die. And if the state has the death penalty, if it don't have the death penalty, then you deserve to spend a life in jail. You don't deserve to get out on parole or out to do anything and enjoy your life because you took somebody else's life away. So I'm not, you know, there's no, you know, unless it was an accident, and I don't think so. I mean, if you listen to what the news said, the trauma to the body, but there's so many weird things that I never knew before until you're faced with the situation. You know, I mean, I'll give you an example. When you listen to the news, the guy that found him says that he looked like he was shot. And the detectives told me that they didn't tell me the cause of death, obviously, but he just said that a lot of the stuff in that news report is wrong. And he wouldn't elaborate on what it is. And what I think, speculation again, what I think is that the police would leak incorrect information because what happens, let's say they're interrogating a suspect, right? And the suspect come out, well, no, yeah, but I didn't stab him. And then the cop would say, well, what do you mean? How do you know you were stabbed? You know what I mean? You would have to be there. We never released that information. I think they kind of do that, call it a honeypot, whatever you do. They put out information like that. And I'm sure the person that found him didn't run up and start doing an examination. But, you know, because anything could generate puncture wounds and you see blood, you might just speculate. So the only thing he told me, he goes, don't pay any attention to the media because it's not all correct. And he goes, I'm not going to tell you what or why or how I know it, but it's not correct.
Were you able to get a copy of the autopsy report?
No, they don't. No, it don't work that way. Not when there's a murder investigation. No, you can't just like put in like a FOIA request, say, oh yeah. No, not when there's a murder investigation. They will not tell you any of that stuff. And
okay,
the death certificate,
when you go to verify that the body is the body?
They already did that. They do that. My understanding.
So they don't let you or the mom. They don't let you.
They didn't have to.
Parent?
They didn't have to. My wife asked him, "How did you know it was my son?" And basically, his answer was they used facial recognition software, and then they ran it through a database, and it came back with his driver's license. And they look at the driver's license that they know, and of course, then they contact the next of kin, and they do what they got to do. They didn't have no problems, you know, proving that kind of stuff. But they're not going to tell anybody any details similar to that because it would jeopardize the case. I mean, hopefully they do find a person, but it could go on for years. They're not going to release that. It's not public. It's a murder investigation. It would be highly illegal for anybody to put anything out there or to even speculate as to what happened until the information comes out. Once the case is done, of course, you know, people look at things like that if they wanted to, but no, I can't even get it. I wouldn't want to get it. But I mean, the only thing I was able to do was the medical examiner has to sign a release because we are the legal next of kin. We're the ones that are going to be in charge. So you sign a release and then you you tell them what funeral home, and then they transport him to the funeral home, and then they go about whatever arrangements that you made, and that's it.
Speaking of
And by the
which,
way, it's the funeral home that even gives a death certificate. I don't get that, and the death certificate's not going to say anything as to reasoning. It might say homicide, but it's not going to get into details because the case is open, so that the death certificate will be out before the case is solved for sure. Because one of the other things we're doing, obviously, is to contact the bank that he had and send them the death certificate, have his account freezed, although I don't believe he had much. I don't want people using his credit cards and doing things like that. His employer's been contacted for in case they have to mail like the last check or something like that. And just stuff like that. There's really nothing we need to do. Like I said, he had no real assets, and probably anything he did have at where he lived we're just going to donate it to the homeless or to other victims, people that could use it. I have no reason to want like any of his clothes or and any of his equipment from work and stuff like that.
Yeah. That's what
So
I did the same thing. I didn't want my brother's clothes. I'm like, nah, it's too. I really donated, and I had to vision stuff, So
yeah. So but that's another thing. They don't even tell you about that. Like, I don't know. Like, I couldn't even tell you. Like, did he have his driver's license with him, his wallet, credit cards? Was he in his car? They won't tell you anything.
no, they won't tell you because
Absolutely nothing. Nothing. And
That's
it,
crazy.
it's rough. But it was really rough just even going through the medical exam because they don't even, the police are doing an excellent job and the detectives far and above. I couldn't believe how quickly they handled that YouTube thing. But the administrative, and I was telling Justin about this, the administrative people leave something to be desired. It took 8 days for the medical examiner to contact me, and they were supposed to contact me the day after. There's obviously no rush to. They are not part of the investigation. Initially, they do their autopsy or whatever they do for forensically, and they're not ready to release anything. But the detective told me they were supposed to reach out to just touch base with you. And then by administration, what I mean is I have I never planned a funeral before, and I don't know what to do, and I don't know anything. Like, what do we do? I didn't know anything. And I expected that somebody would tell me that. It took a while for me to get it. And when I finally got a hold of those people, they told me part of the problem is that we're not in the same county. He said, if you were in this county, we have packets that we give out that have all the information. But because I was in a different county, they had to, communicate through other parties in order to get to me. So that's what made things take time. But the police were excellent. Immediately. I had at one point, I had a deputy on the phone with me, and then 2 detectives trying to call me at the same exact time.
wow.
Yeah, because I couldn't. I called the sheriff's office, and every time you call the sheriff's office, they probably know me by now. But they know the case number and all of that, but they don't, there's never anybody in the homicide office or whatever. So what they do is they
can I
have.
pause you real quick, Troy?
Yeah.
Is I just wanted to let people in chat, not that there's many people on this train ride, but anybody on the train ride, here's another PSA announcement. New pin message on top of the chat board is a GoFundMe page to help out with funeral expenses.
No.
and
You could take that off. I know I appreciate it, but what happened, right? I put that up. My daughter wanted me to put it up. Initially, we only created it on my Facebook page, so only my relatives could see it. So the first couple of people donated, other than close friends. But then my daughter said, "Why don't you put it in your community?" And I did that. And by the time, not even 24 hours later, I already had 1,400 out of the amount that I only need $1,500. 15 to 1600.
So
Tried
you're
1400, and then yeah, oh yeah, and then somebody gave me money through PayPal because they didn't want to use GoFundMe. As soon as that happened, I stopped the donations because I'm not. I mean, I'm not trying to make money, you know.
Yeah.
I just so I shut it down, and I know. I mean, I apologize. I didn't tell you guys. I didn't tell Mike either. And Mike did the show, and Mike showed it, and he was like, "Yeah, he's up to 1400. His goal's only 1600. I'm sure you people could donate." But like I told him in the chat, I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't tell him, you know. But it's if you go there,
every little bit helps, you know.
yeah. If you, I mean, and then I mean, if you go
It's
there,
all right.
it's deleted.
took it down.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not.
I
It's
took
not
it
going to
down.
harm me. Anybody that
I put
donated.
my thing back up there.
Yeah, no, that's it's fine. I just, you know, I appreciate what people did. I hate GoFundMe. I hate
Well,
GoFundMe.
it's not rather. It's a death in a family, and then it's a death in a community. I mean, whether people agree or disagree with you, like you or dislike you, I mean, it's still a death in the family, and it's a death in the community. So,
Well,
at the
yeah, I mean,
very least, you know.
like I said, I didn't. I mean, the amount of money that we needed because it's so short term. I don't just have, you know, $1,500 laying around. So but I hated doing that. So you know, I did that. But like I said, I shut it down as soon as it was done. But
Okay.
I didn't even want to go to the community, but it was amazing. No, it was amazing that I did. I'm not going to rattle off all the names of the people who donated, but quite a few people. I'm really surprised. I mean, 99% of the community have offered condolences and done, you know, everything. That was kind of cool. And honestly, as far as tips go, I wasn't even aware. Like Lucky Digger knows people that live
I
in the
didn't even
same
notice
town. What
that
happened?
until after as well.
Yeah, and
I was like, what is
Stephanie and
this?
Candyman, they know people in Ocala. So of course she's seen that, and she said, "I ain't got that many people on my social media, but I'll pass it along in case anybody has any tips." That was the main thing I want to do. And I thought, you know, I know the Forrest Fenn, like I said, some people got to know people in Florida because I know like Steve Klein knows people in Florida. You know, Mindy was in Florida, and I knew Stephanie was in Florida somewhere. So I know there's some searches there. Just quite a couple. One of them lives near me, I think. I don't know whether it's somebody, not John Peter, with the OK Larry, somebody that lives kind of close to where I live. So it's just, you know, only thing I can do is try to get tips, and that I'm still going to leave up, obviously. But the GoFundMe was like, yeah, I took that down once it was done. I know if you look at a lot of people that run GoFundMe, they're asking for like absorbent amounts of money, you know, $10,000-$20,000, and you look at it and they got 10 grand.
No, yours was very reasonable.
And then they go above, and they don't even shut it down when they get their goal. They keep it going. And I'm like, to me, that's kind of bad.
That's the
That's
greed.
milking.
Yeah, that's greed. That's trying to milk people from.
That's greed. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So it is. Yeah. So.
Well, I'm glad that you got the finances to be able to help bring your boy back. Hopefully, people can reach out to you that know how the process works and can help the process go smoother for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's why, like I said, I talked to Rob because Rob had to deal with this with his brother. I talked to Trusted Living because Trusted Living had a casualty, severe too. You know, like I said, I've been, you know, I really appreciate it. I know I talked to you too, James, and you know, Steve Klein. Steve Klein, that guy. I can't say enough good things about him. I mean, yeah, I mean he's been there for a while, and I've been talking to him for about 6-7 months now. I mean, I talked to him longer than that. I talked to him for a couple of years now, but over the past 6-7 months, I mean, he knows a lot about me and about my son and my family, and he's a really, really, really good guy. You know, I know everybody.
Open.
Everybody has this, you know, tough guy image of Steven in it. Yeah. But he's really got a kind heart. That guy, he's just amazing. I mean, all you guys were really, but like I said, Steve, he's always been there. Even before the catastrophe happened, he was there for me and trying to work through some issues that we had. And it's just amazing the kind of people that I've met in the chase. So I didn't find the treasure chest, but I found a lot of treasures. Let's put it that way. You know what I mean? I Rob, you, Street reached out to me. Many people reached out to me. Like I said, there was really nothing negative about it. I mean, even people that I don't really get along with in the chase, like Chase Landia, had offered condolences and stuff, you know, and it is really appreciated because, like I said, it's a tough place to be. And, you know, like I said, it's going to sound weird, but I mean, if I knew, he died in an accident or it was a drive-by, or even if he OD'd or something like that, at least
the closure and time.
It's the closure. But when somebody else, you know, and the other thing is, like I said, he wasn't a model citizen, but he was straightening out for the past year. Really did good, doing good. And then this happened. So, you know, you never know. I mean, I'm glad that I seen him 2 weeks before this happened, but you never know what's going to happen. You know, never know.
You know, and you gotta live life every day for what it's worth, and try to be happy. I mean, you know, bills are always going to come every month. They don't have feelings at all. So that's how I feel about bills. You know, every day just live your life, enjoy the people around you. Try to stay positive. You know, I mean, it's rough out here, but
and I mean, it's rough all over the country too. It's not any specific. I mean, I'm not in the hood. My son wasn't necessarily in the hood. Where they found him was kind of in a low income area, but I think he was dumped there. But it doesn't matter where you are. You could be in Chicago, New York City, California, or even in Wyoming. You know, I mean, the crime numbers are different only because the amount of people are different per square mile, you know. But I'm sure if you look at the crime statistics in like Cheyenne, Wyoming, it's probably somewhat high, considering. I think the whole country's, I do. Wyoming is actually a pretty scary place. I mean, anybody can carry there. You walk around with a gun on your side. And the scary thing about being in Wyoming is because it's such an open place, you mess with the wrong person out in the middle of nowhere, they may never find you. You know what I mean? It's pretty. So, I mean,
there's a lot of desert out in Idaho.
Exactly. So, I mean, there's just no, you know, because my wife, I feel bad, you know, obviously my wife's taking it hard and, you know, she wants to move and everything now. It's not to what, where this whole country's gone to shit. Where are you going to go?
It's not one area, guys. It's all over every state that's here.
Right.
No, you can't run from it. The only way you can run it is if you're on an island, you bought an island. That's about it. But it's all over. It don't matter. Rich neighborhood, poor neighborhoods. People got attentions now.
Right. Also, you can't live in a fear and a panic.
No, you said your wife wants to move. When did this decision to move come?
The couple days after.
Couple days after.
After my son was killed, yeah.
So she wants to move is it because of the area is too much of a crime area? Probably both.
I mean, there's not a lot of crime in the area, but nothing out of the ordinary. But like I was saying before, you get nervous because you don't know whether you're going to become a target. You know, I think we pretty much ruled that out. But it's between that and just like, okay, well, you know, he's the only family that I had in Florida. You know, I mean, you know, you can't first of all, like Barlow is not my real last name. And that's intentional. It is my real name, legal name here, but it's not my real name. Like you ain't going to trace it back past my parents because the name was changed.
Right.
And, you know, so like you could look up like my last name now, Barlow, you'll find Barlows all over the place. One in Minnesota that's on a TV station. I think he's a weatherman. There's one in Florida. They're all over the place, but that's not my real name. And to relate this to Forrest Fenn, it's kind of interesting because a lot of people I know like to try to research the last name Fenn, but you don't know if his grandfather didn't change his name. That was very common. If anybody, I don't know when they came here. My grandparents all came here through Ellis Island in the early 1900s, like 1904, whatever. Nobody earlier than the 1900s. And it was very common for people that were from certain countries in Europe, they would change their name when they got here. It's very common. So that means that like you can't like just look at a last name and say, oh, you know, they got to be related. It doesn't work that way. If that was the case, you know, it'd be.
That's true.
So then it was more of a move for safety then.
Yes, you know, it's
Okay.
it's just one. I mean,
Okay.
it's just one of those things. She's like, you know, there's no reason to be here anymore, and blah blah. You know, like I said, just because she's taking it rough, we ain't in no position to move. You know.
Wow.
Yeah, just pick up and move.
Yeah, I mean, she wanted to move to
Nobody can do
Wyoming.
that.
She wanted to move to Wyoming here a couple of years ago, and well, in 2017 when I first met my partner here, about a year later, about 2018, and we were looking at places like probably near Casper or something like that. I'd like to be near Cody, but I can't afford that. So it'd be like Casper or something like that. But
Thermopolis isn't too bad.
no, it's not. There's a lot of places that aren't too bad, but like I really talked to and my partner, and then I talked to the two people that did the drone footage at Five Springs. You know, and it's one of those things where like, the grass ain't really, you know, greener on the other side. And, you know, there's a lot of good, bad that goes with the good. And of course, you got the harsh winters and, you know,
Yeah.
the middle of nowhere. And,
Oh yeah.
you know,
Pros and cons.
that was fun when I was in my 30s. My wife and I, we moved, you know, from New Jersey down to Florida, to back to New Jersey, and then to Minnesota. I mean, we've been all over the country living, and then we finally settled back down to Florida. It's a pain in the butt to move. I don't want to move again.
I don't want to move
Yeah.
again either. Trust me.
Me neither.
I had to pack all this stuff up myself. It was a pain in the ass. Will I ever do this again? Hell no. This is too much for one person.
Yeah, I actually Tim's Adventures there is talking about Lovell. I looked up around there, Riverton, Lander. You know, it would be somewhere in the Northwest there if I was going to move there. But I would be able to pull it off. And I mean, as far as the cost of living and stuff, would be pretty similar to what we have here. But like I said, it doesn't really make any sense financially, and you know, and then now is probably, I think, although like I can make a lot of money on my house right now, I'm only going to end up buying a similar house. But the bad part is I believe that we're going to be in for another housing market crash, because I think houses are way overpriced right now. So I would end up screwed again, because I would sell here, you know, and then buy a house, you know, 300, 400,000, and then have it lose half its value when the market crashes again. Yeah, Tim Du Bois. Yeah, that's another. I was there. I was in Lander. I was never up by Cody and all that. I never went up in that area. I was mostly by Du Bois. Yeah, I only went boots on the ground 4 times. And the last time I went was up at Union Pass. Beautiful place. You know, a lot of seemed like friendly people when I was up in that town. But yeah,
Nice.
tell you one thing, it's got to be nice if you're a rock hound to live out there.
I know.
You know?
I'm still trying to find a good place to go geode hunting, and I know Louie lives in Idaho, so supposed to be getting with her so we can go geode hunting.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, she's in Idaho. Yeah.
Yeah, she's on the eastern part. I'm on the western part.
I haven't had a vacation.
She's like an hour or 2 away from Yellowstone. I'm 6 hours away. But it's okay. I drove 6 hours and I went straight to my spot and then drove straight out of town. I was like, I gotta rethink this, and then drove along different places, looking different places. But yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
Kiwi was with me, so
By the way, too, yeah, the other people that I appreciate what they, Mike and Christy, what they put it on their show and all of that stuff. And I requested that was really cool of them. So I made a post on my community today because I had to. Look at K Pro. She left a comment. I commented on their video, and I basically told them that I shut down, the GoFundMe. And then she replied to it. She's like, "Yeah, and you're gonna come back and start making videos to dispute 9 Mile Hole. I miss it. I need somebody out there." So I put out a post today on my community why it couldn't have been in 9 Mile Hole. And I'm going to stick to that one too. That's my new answer to anybody that believes it was there. Okay, show me where the public record indicates it's there. And if you can't do that, it wasn't there. Or there was fraud. That's the only two possibilities. It's not an if and but. Can't. I don't want to hear anything about Jack and phone records. Show me any FOIA requested document that says that Jack Stoof found the treasure. Well, they could even black out Jack Stoof's name. It's got to say Forrest Fenn's treasure was found in Yellowstone and then they black it out. And it was turned into the park superintendent. None of that stuff exists, which means it wasn't there. Because if there was fraud, anybody, including Sarah Davis, the guy who's the park superintendent, who incidentally is still the same guy since 2020, he's the park superintendent. If they decided to make a deal with Forrest Fenn and they didn't make it a public record, they just put their career on the line. I mean, considering Forrest Fenn had the FBI looking for him and all of the national parks were constantly harping on him, call it off because of all the expenses and the rescues. It's just highly unlikely. So anyway, I put that post on there. So there, yeah, I had to do that for Cape. I'm not going to make a video about it. There's no real point. Like, there's really nothing to talk about in the chase. I don't think Shiloh knows anything. He doesn't know the solve. He doesn't know the location. Even if he did, it's not his right to give it out. It's the finder's right. That's what his grandfather always said. So unless Jack's going to be coming out with information, or the solver made a deal with Shiloh, I don't think any of that happened. I think it's just as simple as Shiloh is going to come out with a biography of his grandfather, his last 10 years. I think that's it. And Shiloh's trying to be the marketing man that his grandfather was.
Be simple, yeah.
Yeah, Shiloh's trying to be a marketer like his grandfather. I would, if they listen to this, and I don't know, but I would caution Shiloh in light of the stuff that's been happening with me. I'm not talking.
Listens to this channel.
No, I'm not saying anything about like a Fenn getting murdered or anything like that. But you see what goes on in this community, and you know what I'm talking about. Definitely Justin knows what I'm talking about. By Shiloh coming out and making comments through Ben, and I have nothing against Ben or Candy, but by him doing that, all that stuff that Street used to say, well, I feel sorry for the Fenn family. They should be left alone and all of that. I believe that wholeheartedly, especially after, like I said, I communicated with Zoe Fenn for you to email. But Shiloh is putting himself out there. He's asking for trouble, in my opinion. He better be very, very careful. Because, unlike Shiloh and him, I don't have money. Nobody can sue me. I don't have anything. I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything to anybody. But I think that if that's true, that Forrest did all of this for the security of his family, I think Shiloh's blowing it all. There's no reason for him to talk to any search. I'm not singling out Candy or Ben or K-Pro. I'm saying any. I wouldn't even want to talk. We shouldn't be talking to anybody. Just do what you're going to do. Shut or get up the pot.
I would personally, myself, I would probably pull. If things started getting too crazy for my family, I would probably set up a pull, or at least let it be known that I decided to pull it, so that because it was getting too crazy.
Yeah, well,
You
that's what
can't
I
sa- You
mean.
can't sacrifice your family.
Well, but that's exactly what's happening because I mean, I don't believe there was a hoax or controversy, but on one hand, but on the other hand, when you look at like the stuff that like Granny puts out there and stuff like that, I
That's
don't
kind
agree.
of distasteful and disgusting.
Well, no,
Oh no, wait, no,
Granny
not
he didn't put
yeah.
out any bodies,
No,
nothing
I'm
like
thinking
that.
of somebody else. My
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, yeah, no.
Sorry,
But
Granny.
what I'm saying is I don't agree with him, but I can understand his point. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, even K Pro, the whole community says, "Wow, this was a crazy ending." So the door's wide open for controversy. So any little thing that gets out of anybody's mouth in the family, they can't really complain when you see like the grannies and stuff like that come out and say, "Oh, I think there was a hoax or a fraud," because you're asking for trouble. Like like why not? You know what they say? Like, just shut up. Like Forrest said, just shut up. If you want to
Yeah,
come out with a biography, just come out and say, "I'm coming out with a biography in 2 years." Okay, bye. That's it. I mean, he's not going to come out with. They're not going to do another treasure hunt. Are they? Are ludicrous. You mean his grandfather went through all this stuff, had axe, people breaking into his house with an axe. His granddaughter was threatened by a gang member that they were going to kidnap her. Do you honestly think Shiloh's like, "Oh yeah, man, that's what I want to do. I'm going to start another treasure hunt"? Of course not. That's ludicrous.
I would. Yeah,
I
a
agree with
book is a
Paul
lot
Paul.
easier.
I agree with Paul on that. There's just no way. The only people trying to push that would be to try to keep the community hanging around your channel, because there's no way he would do something like that. If he did something like that, it would be so crazy. His grandfather went through all that trouble, and you're just throwing it all away. And the second thing is, I can't speak for everybody, but I was in this hunt because of Forrest Fenn. I enjoyed the challenge of going against him. He was the Maverick, a rich guy. He was a famous art dealer. He's a businessman. I felt like it was a
Entrepreneur.
challenge to him. If he's
Yeah.
gone now, I don't see the same. Because Shiloh is like, I mean, I have kids older than Shiloh. I don't want to get involved in. Not that I have anything against Shiloh. They can do whatever they want. I just wouldn't want to be a part of it. But the Forrest Fenn thing was a once in a lifetime thing. There will never be another hunt like his. And I just think I don't think the family's going to do that. It's up to them if they did. There's nothing wrong with doing it. I wouldn't partake in it. Not because I wouldn't trust them, but I'm not interested anymore. I put a huge effort into this treasure hunt, and I'm done. But it was all for Forrest Fenn. I have no interest in anything else. I don't know about you guys. What do you guys think? And especially trusted, man. I feel bad because I came on and I'm going to shut up now. I'm going to go smoke.
Oh, don't feel bad, Troy.
Well, I'm talking because I'm trying to get my mind off of my son and trying to,
Hey,
get back into things. But I don't want to, I mean, I don't mean to cut you
Yeah,
off.
that's fine, Troy. I feel the same way you do. I got into this when I started researching the day that I found out about it, and I got the poem to look at, and I looked at it, and I felt that I could do it. I started looking at Forrest Fenn. He's a retired art dealer, has a lot of money. He put together a chest, might be worth $2 million. It was logical. I trusted what Forrest was doing. I believed he was sincere in what he was doing. I wouldn't just, anybody says, "Oh, I hid $2 million treasure out in the Rocky Mountains. Anybody that finds it can have it." I wouldn't necessarily have anything at all to do with it. It was the whole package together. Who Forrest was. The more that I looked at Forrest, the more that I thought, yeah, this type of guy, he's sincere. He did what he said that he did. And I like the poem. I think I can solve it. So I went for it.
yeah.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I'm not going to do any other treasure hunts. I mean, that was my main goal. I wanted to play the game, beat them, match with them, and see what this whole story was about. Now I just want to know what the story's about because it's gone. The treasure's gone.
I certainly wouldn't do one that a corporation put out, because that means that there's a bunch of people involved somewhere and shady shit happens with corporations. That was another thing about Forrest. He kept saying, nobody else knows where this is. Only I know where it is. It's my resources that put this thing together. I mean, heck, that McDonald's thing, McDonald's Monopoly $1 million thing, that turned out to be so bogus and so much cheating going on the inside, where literally the insiders printing the coupons or whatever the hell they were passing them along to other people so that they could cash them in, then kick back some of the money. And it was just
Oh, my
crazy. And
Lanta.
that's the kind of things that happen in that.
Yeah.
Wow, the corruption.
It is. Everything's corrupt.
Like
And I think Forrest got a kick out of the, the people that
He
were
took
closest
advantage
to
of
him,
it, I think.
friends, family members, none of them had an advantage.
no, not at all.
But people in the Chase community outside of friends and family thought that if they contacted friends and family, they would get information that would help them find the chest. So it's pretty ironic that the people closest to him didn't have an advantage, but people further from him wanted to get close to the people that were closest to him.
Sorry for your past losses there. Okay, Larry. Just thought I'd let you know that. Save
Yeah,
it in
Larry.
chat.
Yeah, Larry. Don't worry about that. They're being watched. That's all I'm going to say.
Right?
They take
Digital
VPN's going to say,
footprint.
but VPN is not an excuse to commit crime.
Commit a crime, yeah.
And when you got an active murder investigation, you do stupid things. Stupid things are going to happen. That's all I'm going to say. They had practice on people. I would be concerned about anything. There's no way that anybody in this community had anything to do with it. But
No.
but what was done is obstructing a potential investigation and putting out intentionally misleading information, which is defamatory and slander.
Yep.
That's not a freedom of speech thing. Okay, that's not an opinion. That not in this case. And by the way, I know I'm talking about opinions. I know Greg talks about opinion. I'm not talking about Greg at all. This has nothing to do with Greg Thompson. In fact, I sent Greg congratulations for that they dismissed Barbara's lawsuit. So
Oh, so I was curious. I tried to ask him how his thing was.
Yeah, no, this doesn't have anything to do. I don't talk to him. I don't know why he doesn't like me. I didn't do nothing to him. I never said I was going to be in that court. I told him I couldn't. I mean, I'm in Florida. My wife and I had a vacation in 10 years. And I'm going to tell her, oh, yeah, by the way, honey, I'm going to go take $1,000 or whatever, go up to Ohio and spend a week. How low?
Yeah, that's not feasible.
That's not going to happen. So he knew that. So just because Street decided that he wasn't going to go to his court, then he took it out on everybody. Well, whatever, he could do whatever he wants. He's entitled to his opinion on that. But I just want to make it clear, because I know that people listen to this. I'm not talking about Greg. He didn't do anything like that. He didn't put any kind of thing out there on the internet and stuff like that. That's all I'm going to say about it. But it's not him. But yeah, I mean, I congratulate him. It's good to see that stuff is over with now. But
yeah, I was wondering how that went.
now that doesn't mean I know.
I'm like,
I seen his live show. I seen his live show, and he's not live anymore. And I
I
don't
was gonna say
definitely.
I thought he was gonna go live on Sunday night, and I didn't. I was waiting all day, and
No, he
I
went
didn't see
live on
nothing.
Friday, I believe, or something like that. I seen the whole thing. I didn't record it, but
I'll have to check it out.
you can't. He took it down.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know, but maybe he got a privacy strike. It wasn't for me. I don't agree with what he said in there, especially his comment about my GoFundMe. But
Oh,
I do, like other than that, like I said, it does not.
yeah.
I just want to make that clear because somebody's going to say, "Oh, you think now?" So yeah, Larry, there's going to be people that are throwing all kinds of accusations around, but they're aware of who's doing
Well,
it, and these people that
there's
think they're
also
anonymous, they're not anonymous anymore. And what happened, they crossed the line there, and not only that, they crossed federal states line. So now they got multiple states investigating it. I ain't worried about it. I'm not worried about it at all. That's the least of my worries. But they got themselves in a lot of trouble, whoever it was.
Oh, I got the light on. I could show more characters, huh? More treasures of the toys. Since I'm touching stuff that I'm not supposed to. Rule number 2. Keep talking, because I'm looking for toys.
Yeah, John.
I
Yeah,
can show
no.
the figurines.
What we were talking about before, I'm not saying like if people do like Ben or K-Pro or somebody wants to do a treasure hunt, that's cool. I'm just saying I would not, because I don't trust them or anything like that. I just don't have any inclination to do it anymore. But I'm just saying, as far as Shiloh goes, it doesn't make sense if his grandfather tried to protect them due to all the stuff that was happening to them. And then he's going to throw all that away by doing a treasure hunt. I just don't think he's going to do that. They might do it, but and it wouldn't be against them. I have no problem with the Fenn family. I just have no interest in. Like I said, it was a challenge, especially when Forrest Fenn, if he replied, And I mean, I don't think anybody could fill his shoes. Let's just put it that way. It was a challenge with him, and that's what I enjoyed. And the stuff that the people that I met and the stuff that I learned is good. I didn't find the treasure chest. Doesn't matter. I believe I know where it was, but that doesn't matter either, because even if it's true, what am I going to get? What am I going to get? Nothing. I'm not entitled to anything. I don't. And I appreciate the other one I want to say, Dave Woodard. I think Dave, I agree with Paul. You're going to lose your shirt. I wouldn't do what you're doing. You're playing with fire. You're never going to prove your case. The judge is going to throw it out. But I do appreciate the condolences that Dave sent. You know, at least he's got the guts to. He's using his real name. He's out there. He's not trying to hide behind an alias saying that that there was fraud. He's actually out there with his real name, putting his stuff on the line. Whether or not I agree with him, at least he's doing that much, as opposed to creating a fake name and you're out there spewing a bunch of crap, and you don't want to back it up. That doesn't make it.
What would do Dave some good is he should read the dismissal of the Sandow case, because his case was based on fraud, and read what the judge says about how fraud is to be proven in a court of law. Dave is not going to be able to rise to that level and do that. So he's never going to make it. He's never going to make it through a successful court case of fraud.
So I found this, for lack of a better words, I'm going to call it a religious, like, He-Man figurine. Not to interrupt your guys' conversation that you may continue, but I'm about to show it. Something's dying. I'm not sure if it's my earbuds or my phone, but nonetheless, kick this guy out of the way. But this guy is a religious guy, and I wonder if you can figure out why.
I don't know, but he looks like a druid. The other guy looked like your druid, Diablo. So druid you're going to make.
Look at his head. Wait, can you even see his head? Probably
He's got a
not.
hole in it.
And he's got a bunch of holes in it. So he's a holy man. That's why he's religious. Get it?
By the way, like I was saying, I mean, I'm playing it now, but I wouldn't.
Oh, I'm at 4%.
With
That's what it
Diablo,
is.
with Diablo, it'd be kind of cool if maybe you get Mike. I'm pretty sure Mike picked up a copy of it, and it'd be kind of cool if Mike could stream me and you and him grouped up. We'll go and do some dungeons and stuff. That would be kind of cool.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be into doing something like that. Get away from it all. You know, they're starting a new season on the Thursday, right?
But just so you guys know, everybody in chat, I want to say now, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Thank you to the people who have come on. Rob, Trusted, Troy. What's it?
Chase
Galaxy?
Supervisor. Chase Supervisor.
Oh, Chase Supervisor. But in case things go south, it's because my phone's at 4%. So that's what all the beeping was about. So that means that the phone's going to shut off is when I'm zooming on. And then things are going to go like circle of death. That just means I wish y'all a good evening, a good night, and that you guys would keep calm and treasure on. But until then, I'm happy to stay on and keep showing some more of these treasures. I mean, you can see them, so I'll keep showing toys while you guys keep chatting until you guys get cut off, because I'm enjoying this and I appreciate this break. And I appreciate the people in the chat. And yeah.
Yeah, I
Keep
miss
going.
going live myself, but I can't.
Oh, that's it.
I'm waiting for something to talk about. You know, like I said, there's really nothing new in the chase. I think we just lost him. Are you there? Justin, you there?
I am.
And Big Rob. Oh, Big Rob to get cigarettes.
His picture's still there. It doesn't show that he's muted.
Well, you know what happens? What ends up happening is he'll get booted because it lost connection, but it's not going to shut the meeting down. So if he moves to a laptop or plug your phone, that's what I do. I keep my phone plugged into the laptop, so it's always charging. But yeah, it's going to end up making somebody else the supervisor or the who the hell did it make it? And it made me. I'm the host. He's gone. What can we do?
You are the supervisor.
Yeah, I'm looking at the participants as host, me. So.
And what do you have? You got 10 or 15 people under you that are always lying to you?
Yeah. I'm crippled. I'm crippled like that. That's so cool. I'm so proud that at least I got that. I got audio. I never met the guy, but I have audio. Somebody he never met, and he's mentioning my name. Yeah, I know Greg had said something about you don't believe it, takes a fake, and whatever. If I was going to fake Forrest Fenn, well, first of all, in order to do that, I would have had them fake it and then send it to Dow, and then have Dow send it to Cynthia, and then Cynthia would send it back to me. It would make no sense, but I would make it sound like Forrest Fenn was saying, "Yeah, that's where Barlow, he solved the poem." He's, like, I'm not going to go in here and say, "Yeah, the crippled guy, he never wasn't a searcher, he's a search supervisor." Why the hell would I do that? And the reason why I won't show the header for the email is, why should I? It's not evidence. It doesn't mean I'm the solver or anything like that. And Zoe said I could show the email, but she doesn't want her email address out there. I'm not going to give it out. I don't know anything to anybody. I don't have to prove shit. You know what I mean? The only reason why I talk about email headers is that's because that's what they were trying to bring into the court. They were trying to use emails in order to prove, that Jack was communicating with Forrest. That was a completely different thing because we're talking about a solution. We're talking about, Jack, stuff like that. But Forrest Fenn calling me a cripple and saying that I had 10 or 15 partners, what the hell does that have to do with anything? Why would I need to prove? Why would I fake that? Don't make any sense. But all I do know is he said it. And obviously the audio was edited before and after, so it was taken out of context. But either way, I'm just cool enough to know, hey, I never met the man once, never went to a Singer Fenbury at all. and he mentioned me. So that means he read my emails. And like I said, he trusted. My emails were long, man, long, always long and detailed. But the first thing I would always say in my email, right in the beginning, I don't expect a reply. This is about my solve. So he could have just pressed delete at that point. There's no reason why he would have to read my emails. But he did, at least since 2016, because that's when the trust issue arose. That was hilarious. I wish I could have met him. You know,
Yeah,
you
it
never,
would,
you
it would
never.
have been
Did you,
a real treat
oh yeah, I would have loved it.
for us in person. I didn't dare do it.
I couldn't afford to go to Santa Fe, but and the Fenn, I just didn't. I can't. Like I said, it was hard enough for me to go boots on the ground. Yeah, I'm not going to be going on parties. You know, they always had this shit 2,000 miles away from me. Forget about Las Vegas and fucking Santa Fe and Wyoming. Do something on the East Coast. Do something up near Ohio or something like that. That's like kind of, or south of Ohio or Kentucky or something like that. Somewhere central, north and south wise, and then on the East Coast. Give other people a chance to have an event. It doesn't have to be near the Rockies all the time. You know, I was kind of hoping that they would have did that event that we were talking about with Street in Temple, Texas. That would have been cool. You know, I would be able to go to Texas for an event like that. Would you?
No, I'm not big on events, especially when there's a bunch of people there that I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I never. Okay, Larry said he almost met him, but they canceled the event for COVID. Yeah, the only thing I ever did was email him. And like I said, I probably, not proud of it, but I probably sent them 200 emails at least over since 2014. So over 6 years, probably 200 emails. Probably 3/4 of them are about solves because I just figured, why else did he put his email in there? He wants to hear how people are trying to solve his poem. And then the other quarter is just DS. And those are the only ones he replied to. He didn't reply to the solves, obviously. But it was cool that he replied. But like I said, I wouldn't have the guts to call him. I had his phone number. Everybody did. It was in the first book. But I wouldn't have the balls to call him up. I wouldn't even know what to say. Or why would I call him, you know?
Yeah, I put his phone number in my phone for the day that I found the treasure.
Yeah. Oh, if I found the treasure, yeah. But I wouldn't call him any other way. I mean,
Me neither. I didn't want to have that connection for the accusations that would liable to come out if I did find the treasure.
somebody
I
told
felt
me,
that it was unnecessary.
yeah, somebody told me that knows Forrest, that wasn't really a searcher. Matter of fact, they live in New Mexico. They told me that if Forrest had buddied up to you to the point where you had you in his house, you could probably be rest assured that you were not even close to the treasure at any point. So it was kind of a death sentence for him to hang around you because that would mean that you're not even close.
Well, I felt that it was kind of like a curse that, you know, if you contact this guy and chat with him, not only could there be accusations if you happen to be the one to find it, but also he's going to mislead you. So that they could not, to make it so that there could not be accusations in the future.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, he knew like there's a chance that he could slip up. So the last thing you want to do is surround yourself with people that you don't want to slip up in front of. So he wouldn't do that. I'm not saying he wouldn't meet you at a Femboree or something like that. I'm saying being physically in his house. I just don't, I believe that nobody that was ever in his house was ever close to finding the treasure chest. He just wouldn't do that. It doesn't, I mean, one thing I did think he had was integrity. I really do. I think that everything was above the board, except for the ending. I don't know if he pulled it or whatever. I wouldn't agree with that, but if he did it, then he did. He had his reasons for doing it. But the treasure hunt itself, when it was still active, I honestly believe that he didn't give out any inside information. If he did tell you anything, it was probably something that wasn't going to get you close to the chest. In fact, it might do the opposite, keep you away from it. He's not going to be that fucking stupid, you know? Yeah, let me tell you the secret, you know. No, it wasn't. It's not there. It's here, you know. He's not going to do that. You know,
Because if the person did get the chest based on something that he said, and they're a big mouth, they're gonna talk about it.
Yeah, they're going to say something, but see, that's the other thing where like if Dave Woodard, if you're listening to this, if Forrest Fenn really wanted to give Shiloh or his family money, why on earth would he create a treasure hunt to do it? You just give him the fucking money. Like I mean, if Forrest Fenn was worth 50 million or whatever people are saying, and the treasure chest sold for $1 million, 1.3, of course, minus the chest and things, but let's say the chest was worth everything altogether $1.5 million. And then you got to realize that without a solve, it lost half its value. So if he had the solve and everything, maybe you would have got 2 or 3 million, right? So why on earth would somebody jeopardize an entire estate worth potentially $50 million for a $2 million chest? It doesn't make any sense. Shiloh, his father owns a business, Old Wood. I don't know how much money they got. I'm not going to look into it. I don't do those kind of things, but I'm sure they're not doing bad, you know. So these people got lives. They got things. Why on earth would they do any kind of fraud with $1 million? Like it just doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. And some people, I mean, I've heard people say that Forrest spent 5 million or 10 million just to make sure that I couldn't get the chest. And that's fucking retarded too.
Yeah, like McCracken. He followed me around and he kept moving the chest. But come on. Come on.
Throw that shit right out of court. That's a fucking joke.
Yeah, he's got all the time in the world that he's going to follow somebody around and move it because he's so concerned about a $2 million treasure chest. The only thing people could say, he didn't make any money off Thriller to Chase, but obviously his family made money off the other books, and so did his friends. Once upon a while, and you know, but the other thing you could say is that the popularity of the chase increased the value of his estate, undoubtedly.
What's the sell?
And it's really none of our business what Forrest left to his family and what he didn't leave.
But that's the point. Even if he did that to try to get his name out there to increase the value of all his collection, that's his business. So what? Nobody. You didn't have to.
You should give him kudos for that.
Right.
But
I mean, nobody did. You didn't have to pay to get into the chase. You didn't have to buy the book. Anybody that tells you the book is required, they're full of shit.
That's not.
It wasn't required. He said it has the hints in there. It's going to help if you need the hints. Yeah. But he didn't require it. Matter of fact, he argued with me about that because I told him when I did all of that, my table of contents videos, I said, Forrest, what are these people stupid? Why don't they use the thrill of the chase and take the hints out of the book? And he replied back to me and he's like, you know, Troy, not everybody can afford the book.
Exactly.
And that's why, like Trusted said, I believe if you do need anything in the book, it was already published somewhere else, including on Old Santa Fe Trading Company. Exactly.
Old Santa Fe Trading Company, and it's still there today.
Exactly.
excerpt section from
I didn't-
the Thrill of the
I-
Chase.
I only bought the book because I'm like, maybe it'll help me think what I'm thinking right now throughout the poem. That's the only reason why I got the book.
Yeah, I did too because I was trying to get hints and I was using the scrapbook and all that. Finally, I just said, "Fuck it."
I want to make sure I was really right. So I'm like, oh, I'll buy the book and all that. I didn't even get it autographed about that. I'm like, just bring the book as soon as possible.
Yeah, I just said I'm going back to the poem, but yeah, I mean, my war for me, that's out there. Almost everything out there. As a matter of fact, all that what do they call it? Rumbling and Ramblings 2.0. Almost everything in there, including what Forrest Fenn said about 9 Mile Hole, was published in 2013. There's nothing new. This is stuff that's all was out there. So I don't either. There's no hints in there, or whatever you need is just on Old Santa Fe Trading Co. and the poem. I don't believe you need the other stuff.
I believe the poem tells you all without the book.
Yeah. But I mean, I was interested in the book at that time, and I did the videos. But Forrest told me himself, he goes, no, the book's not necessary. He goes, not everybody can afford the book.
I agree.
So he told me right out. So there's no tricks to locating the hints in there. You don't need the book. Flat out.
I didn't buy the book till like 6 months later.
Right. Now think about this. Why'd you do the chase for us? Oh, for the old guy with Texas man with 12 kids and he's unemployed. Well, a 12-year-old Texas man who's unemployed can't afford to buy a $40 book, with shipping and everything, $50. And then they're going to pay $20 or whatever to go into Yellowstone. And then they're going to.
So that's
How's he going to pay for the gas to get from Texas to Wyoming?
Yeah, exactly. You better be confident when you get to your last location because, I believe you had a nice vacation if you don't get to the right spot, like an armchair search.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't do that the first time I went out, and I don't think anybody did because you think the first time you saw it, you're like, this is easy. Well, why are these people so stupid?
That's what I told myself too. I'm like 300,000, and this Chicago kid figured it out. Come on, guys. And then I got there. I'm like, oh, I'm part of that group now.
Yep, exactly. That's exactly what happened to me too. And but it was fun to everything I learned. And like I said, I don't mean about the poem. Actually, I do a lot, but the English. I mean, I practically became a fucking expert in English. I guarantee you, I can go right now and take a test to see what my education level is in the English language. Keep in mind, I quit school during English class. But besides that, I mean, the people, like I said, that I met, the partner in Wyoming, all the stuff I learned about the native Indians and the Pueblo culture and the state of Wyoming and Montana and Colorado. And I mean, just everything. I would have never known any of that shit.
Me neither.
So it's cool. I'm glad I did.
I know I put a lot of hours in. I mean, I could imagine if I had a clicker for every day that I worked on that, it'd probably be in the thousands. Seriously, with all the research I did, radio watching, and I only read the big book one time. That's it.
Yeah, Redneck said, yeah, Chase would never have been solved without the book. No way, in my opinion. I agree with you back then. But like I said, after what Forrest Fenn told me, I don't agree with it. He literally flat out told me, because I told him, I said, look, I think I found a way to use the poem like it's a table of contents to get into the Thrill of the Chase. I said, it's taken me from hint to hint, and I proved it to him. At least until you get to my wharf. But that was when he replied. And I'm like, Forrest, why are people that stupid? They don't want to use the book, and like all the hints are right there. And why are they busy with scrapbooks and looking on the internet when everything is right in the Thrill of the Chase? And he basically, like I said, he replied to me. He goes, well, it's not really required. He goes, you got to remember, Troy, not everybody can afford the book. And so to me, right there, he's telling me, no, you don't need it, other than the stuff that's already out there on Old Santa Fe Trading Co. I mean, why else would he pick that? Why else did he put my word for me there? Why did he pick only certain things to put out that are not in the book?
Because
Yellowstone's plastered all over the book for one reason, in my opinion. Well, two reasons. One, to get people to Wyoming.
Mhm.
Two, he knew that in all of the Rockies, in the state where, and again, I'm assuming, like I said, because legally they said the state of Wyoming. I'm assuming that that's true. He knew that Yellowstone is probably by far the safest place that he could send a family, that they would have a nice vacation.
Wow.
So, in the very least, if they don't have a good sob, they're going to have a nice vacation, provided they don't leave the trails. But did he hide the chest there? No. Mm-mm.
No, I don't believe that either. If it does come out some way, somehow, that it was there, I cannot imagine that people are not going to start burying stuff there. I cannot imagine people will start doing it.
Yeah,
You know?
Larry, I agree. The scrapbooks had hints. The problem is that if the poem is vague, the scrapbooks are even worse. Because I know Street and I proved it. Because he told me, he goes, remember that one scrapbook? And he was talking about the grave and the coffin and or whatever. And I go, yeah, I thought that was about me because I was currently looking at Sarcophagus Butte. And Sarcophagus is a coffin. And he goes, well, I was looking in Coffin Butte. So right there off the bat, I wasn't even talking to Street back then because the chase wasn't over. We thought that, both of us thought that he was targeting us. It was so easy to do that with all the scrapbooks. You know,
What year was that when he started?
oh man, I don't know.
Because 2018, that's when he's like, tell your dad to get off his butt and get in the Rocky Mountains. So when I thought butt, I thought Butte, Montana, and that was 2018.
Yeah, it might have been 18. Well, I know it was after 2016 because that's when Street came in.
Yeah.
It's probably 2017 or 2018. I don't remember.
Get off his butt. I'm like, butt is B-U-T, but Butte is B-U-T-T-E. So, I mean, it's biased, don't get me wrong, but I'm like, maybe, just maybe. So I went there. You know, you could just spell it any way you want. If you know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
So yeah, I mean, I hope that eventually we get closer and find out where it was. I don't think that's going to happen though. I don't want to know where it was. Okay. But what I do want to know, you would know where it was. I want to know the solve. That's what I want to know. I don't want a location. Matter of fact, I don't even want to hear that. I want somebody that's in an authoritative position come out and show word for word how they solved the poem and it led him to a spot. That's what I want to see. If they do that, of course, we'll know what the location is. What I don't want is somebody to come out and say, oh, yeah, it was here.
No.
But then they're not going to prove to us how they got there. No. I want to hear the proof of how you got from A to B.
Horse is dead, so it's got to be like the lottery, one solver. Only the person that had won the lottery knows. It's
right.
It's the solver. So if it ain't coming from the solver, Troy, we ain't gonna know. Simple as that.
Yeah, I think if Shiloh knows anything, the family knows, they know who the solver is. I don't believe they know the solver unless the solver told them. I don't think they know the solver location. There's no reason that they would have to. The chest was found before Forrest died. Why would his family need to know the location? They don't. And as far as this video that they keep talking about with Forrest Fenn giving out the clues, I call bullshit. Nope, there is no such video. Until they actually play the video and show it, it's bullshit. Right? I mean, I can sit here all day and say, oh, well, guess what? I got an audio. You know, I talked to Forrest Fenn on the phone and I recorded a conversation. He told me all the clues. Yeah, I mean, so what? I could say anything I want. Can I prove it? No, because it don't exist. You know.
I think Forrest planned all along that he would shut it down by the time Friday, June 5th, 2020 came along. He had that planned all along. It was either going to happen on Friday, June 5th of 2015 or Friday, June 5th of 2020. And he had a mechanism in place. He had a real trusted kind of person that their job was to have somebody, a third party, prove if the person had the right location. And all Forrest had to do was send information from the searcher that gave information to Forrest to that third party, and they had to use that information to retrieve it. And Jack may have not have actually physically retrieved it out of the wilderness. He may have went to the area and somebody who retrieved it out of the wilderness passed it along to him. But I think that was the mechanism that Forrest had in place.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, Tigger, I don't. One of the things, I mean, because of the bad things that happen in the community, and I know I used to talk bad about K-Pro and all, and I'm trying to adjust. Like, I don't believe 9 Mile Hole, and I'm going to fight that to the end. But I'm trying to not talk about them personally, you know, because I think, yeah, they have their motives. Yeah, you know, they're trying to keep people around so that their future endeavors, they could benefit from it, whatever. You know, that's their own business. So I'm trying not to attack. I don't know that K-Pro ever said that she's seen the video. One of the things I will say, and this is just my opinion, but I talked to K-Pro like a month ago. I talked to her the week that audio came out before it's time talking. And I talked to her almost as long as I talked, longer than I talked to Trusted. I believe she called me at 1:30 in the morning, and it was my request for her to call me. She didn't arrange it. And we talked until 7:30. So we talked for 6 hours. And I think, honestly, just my opinion, is she is starting to try to hold back. Like she's not quick to the gun anymore and say, I got anonymous source told me this. I think she realizes that some people are playing her. Now I also believe that they're also playing Cynthia. I mean, I don't think that Cynthia, for example, is trying to defraud the Fenn family or do anything like that. I think that somebody's basically feeding her bullshit. You know, because if you think about it, K-Pro and Cynthia with the 9 Mile Hole stuff, it doesn't really mean anything because they're not saying they solved the poem. They solved anything. They didn't. They're admitting, just like me, they didn't find anything. So even if it was at 9 Mile Hole, it doesn't mean anything. It still means, well, you were just as dumb as I am because you didn't find it, K-Pro. And no, you didn't find it, Cynthia. You didn't find anything. All you did was backtrack the back door and trying to figure out what Jack did. So it's not really getting him anything. So I don't know if they're pushing that video narrative, if they honestly believe it or they heard it. I don't remember K-Pro ever saying she heard it. But I think she said that somebody that she knows, whom I guess she trusts, heard it. I don't know. I've never heard it, and I don't believe anything would exist. There's no reason why he would have made something like that without giving it out to the community. You know what I mean? Like if he shut the chase down and for reasons of him getting kidnapped or any kind of reason, if he pre-recorded a video, he would have said, after I pass away, play the video, or even to give it to Shiloh. He would not have said, okay, leak it to Cynthia, leak it to K-Pro. Like, he wouldn't do that. That doesn't make any sense. They were not his special friends. I don't believe he would do something like that. So I don't know. And I mean, like, you know, I like to pick on 9 Mile Hole and all of that, but I just don't know. I used to think, yeah, there's something funny going on, but I don't know. I think something funny is going on, that they're pulling the wool over K-Pro and Cynthia's eyes. And I think they tried to do it to Ben too, but I think Ben is realizing that he knows that that's bullshit and he'll call out. You know, I really don't know what they talk about because I'm not in Discord, but I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder. I don't think that they really deep down believe that all that stuff is true. I think they're just searching for answers. like everybody else is. Everybody wants closure. But I think that the people they're talking to are the wrong people. The LLC doesn't know anything. And we know that because Jack, assuming that he's really is the solver, all we know is he's the finder. He said he was never going to give the solution out. So if Posey, for example, is part of the LLC, by the way, I disagree with people say he was well known in the community. Nobody knew who the fuck he was until after it was over. But there's no way Jack told him the solution. So there's no way the LLC knows the solution. So if you want to believe that, you're, like T.T. Barnum said, there's a sucker born every day. It's just not true. Look at the motive. I mean, these guys, especially Posey, if what I hear is true, I know people that would have bid over $2 million. I know that for a fact, and they have the money, and they were not contacted by Jack. So it's almost as if Jack had a particular person in line to buy it for some reason. And then we were told
I think he made an agreement with Forrest that that's what he was going to do. And
No. I'm not talking about Posey. I'm talking about Posey. Like what I'm saying is, my understanding is Posey was going to offer 1.8 million, which is chump change compared to the people that I know. That would have been more. But anyway, he did 1.8 million. Guess what? He lost his fucking shirt because out of the 1.3 million, there was $300,000 in fucking fees. They walked away with $1 million, and they had to split it up between the LLC. They got nothing. Now think about this.
The fees were on top of the 1.3.
No, they weren't.
Above your bid.
No, that 300,000 was the total amount they took in, including the buyer's premium. So that 300,000 was the buyer's premium. Either way, you got to remember, Forrest Fenn was asked one time how much he thought the treasure chest was worth, and he said, "I don't know. I can't tell you what the value would be." But he said, "I estimate," and he included the treasure chest and all the items he put in. He goes, "I probably spent somewhere," I believe he said $750,000. So in 2010, Forrest Fenn, or 2009, whenever he hit it, spent $750,000. And after 10 years, actually, I correct that, 12 years, because they waited 2 years to sell the chest. All they did was make $400,000 in profit. He could have done better by putting $750,000 in the S&P 500. I mean, that's a shit return. So they got ripped off, as far as I'm concerned. And the reason why that happened, in my opinion, is because they didn't have a solve. Who the hell is going to buy a treasure chest that you claim was in the Rocky Mountains when they're not going to tell you where in the Rocky Mountains it was, or the solution to find it? So how do you know what you're buying? How do you know you didn't buy a box of gold that came out of Forrest Fenn's vault? You don't. All that them affidavits mean in heritage is that Forrest Fenn owned those items. Them affidavits don't mean that treasure chest was in the Rockies. I don't know why people are confused about that. So all the suckers that overpaid by like 3 times for a lot of that gold and all that, I hope that you bought it because it's a memento for the chase. That's fine. But if you think you're going to make money on it, no, you're not. You're screwed. It's not worth anywhere near that because of the buyer's premium. Like that big gold nugget. I was told that gold nugget, just on the street value, best case scenario, it was worth about $32,000 for the largest gold nugget. That's what it was worth, about $32,000. So even if you bought it at auction for $32,000, you had to pay the buyer's premium. That would have mean you're going to spend over $40,000 on it. So you overpaid by $8,000 for that golden nugget. Nobody's going to buy that for $40,000. You're screwed. So I don't know, man. That's why I agree with K-Pro and them. There's something messed up with this ending. And that's the reason why I'm trying not to pick on them. I think ultimately everybody here has the same goal. We want to know what the solve was. You know what I mean? People just have different methods of trying to figure it out. I don't know. I'm just laughing at you. Yeah, Matt DeMoss. Yeah, all those people, Tigger, who name Smell the Sunshine didn't show up until near the end. Poser, Packer Jack, Ben, Greg Thompson, none of them people existed. Nobody. Well, the only person that did exist, I think, was Barbarisi, was at a couple of Femborees, I was told, in like 2018 or something like that, but he was a writer. The majority of the people out there coming out with the 9 Mile Hole stuff were never even participated in the chase at all until near the end. They weren't prevalent. You can't go out there and look on the forums and you see like where they were interacting with the community and actually helping people. You know what I mean? Like you can go on Mysterious Writings and a lot of people made posts on there, or Trey's chat, or people made YouTube videos and they were giving different things like I was doing. And I wasn't the only one. Obviously, I had Susie Fenhaven, Sean Dodson. It is what it is. Illinois Ghost. That guy MEH. I mean, there was a lot of people putting out good information before it was over. Now, if you take these channels that showed up after it was over, show me one thing that they did in the community at all. One thing, even one video where they tried to help anybody. It don't exist. It don't exist. All they did was come here to try to get on Netflix and try to popularize themselves. That's the only reason. It was all financially motivated. They have no interest in the community, none whatsoever.
Well, supposedly, according to the information that the group you're talking about has put out onto the internet, most of them did not show up, even through admission of saying that, well, yeah, they were a poster on a blog, but still the oldest was at 2018, which was the same year supposedly that Jack was posting on Reddit.
Yep.
So
By
it's
the
like
way,
Jack and the majority of the people that are out in the public promoting 9 Mile Hole all came in at the same time.
Yeah.
By the way, Greg is in the chat. I see Greg. Greg, well, you got my message, man. Congratulations on putting an end to that bullshit lawsuit stuff. So I heard your show. I don't know why you took it down or whatever, but I don't agree with everything that you said in there. But I just congratulations on not having to deal with Barbara anymore. So I just want to say that. I don't know, Kiwi man, you should come back in. It made me the host. Greg, I don't know if you want to call in. You got anything to talk about? It made me the host. I'm going to make Rob the host or something because I'm going to go smoke. But yeah, I mean, I want to let somebody else talk. I'm tired of. I don't want to. I don't want to take over Kiwi's show.
Where is Kiwi anywhere?
He's talking in the chat. Like, why don't you plug in your phone like I do? Plug it into your laptop with a USB port so it'll charge while you're on there.
Oh, his phone died. That's why.
Yeah. But I keep mine charging all the time.
Wait a second, Kiwi's in chat? He's supposed to be stripping copper wire.
Hey, Shay, get to work, Kiwi. We got the show to run here. You don't belong in this channel.
Damn. So it's us left over. No link. He said there's no link.
Yeah, it's on the top. Let me I can't do it. I'm not a moderator. Hey Kiwi, could you post the link to the Zoom? Yeah, Greg can't see it. I think if you're on a cell phone and you go to and once you go to the channel, like once you start using the chat, it removes the pinned message for him. So he can't see it. Kiwi, if you could just copy it from the top, paste it in the chat. He can't see it because he started using chat. I think that's a bug with the YouTube. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna go smoke. In case somebody wants to join in, Greg or whatever, I'll make make you the host, Rob.
Gotcha.
I would make Trusted too, but if you're gonna go anywhere, make Trusted.
You can make Rob the host.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. By the way, my check didn't come in the mail again.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go smoke. Yep. I guess it's a link. I don't know. That's the link that I clicked. I got in. I'll be right back.
He put it. He put it in the chat room again. Greg, let's see. Kiwi said I'll be on in 5. The link takes you to a video. I think you put a video link up, maybe, Kiwi. Yeah, you might. All right. Let's see. Give me a man. That heart blocks out every word that people write. Hate that heart. Give me a few smoking. Damn, everybody's smoking tonight.
Are you still smoking?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm part of the one group. I got a couple of showings that's happening this Thursday. I got to be here for, but that's towards the evening.
I'm going outside now. I'll be right back.
All right, Chief Supervisor.
So the agent that you talk with about selling your property, what kind of outlook are they saying as far as the market? Does it look good for you to sell soon?
Where I'm at right now, it's a buying market. But I'll make money off the place like where I'm living at. So what I paid for it, I'll make double.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, sometimes I'm not good with money sometimes. When I have too much money, I'm not good. When I don't have a lot of money, I can work with. But when I have too much money, then I'm like, how can I double this? I was talking to my cousin. I'm like, there's football season coming. He laughed. He laughed at me.
Oh heck! Don't do that with any of the money. Oh my goodness!
I know already. Trust me on that.
Oh, please don't.
I know. Trust me. This is one game I cannot play. Not this one.
No, you're talking about your future if you risk that.
Yeah. No, I can't do that. I gotta have a roof over my head. I took a lot of risks my entire life, but this one, no way.
Well, I mean, people do take risks, but
No, yeah, not this one.
you need to make sure that you get yourself taken care of.
Yeah,
Your living conditions first and foremost.
no, I was just joking around with my cousin because he was having a bad day, and then he laughed at my message, and I'm like, "What about we put the money towards the Niners winning the Super Bowl? We'll all be in good shape." He laughed because he's a Niners fan, like a hardcore Niners fan. He told him no. He told me no. Crazy.
Yeah, I don't know anything at all about the sports or the sports betting other than it's extremely popular.
Yeah, it's popular, man. It has its make and break moments. I've lived through it my whole life. So my dad was a bookie back in the day and everything. So I kind of always saw money around. I always heard stories, and then later on I heard more stories. And then some stories the old man never just told me.
I'm
Yeah,
back.
My dad would tell me.
Back home in Massachusetts, I mean, it was all out in the open. Everybody would be talking about their sports betting, and it went, from the guy that swept the floor all the way up to the state fucking capitol and the fucking courthouses. Every type of person known would be involved in it, and they didn't mind talking about it publicly.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, that's it's bringing in billions of dollars, guys. Billions of dollars, not millions, billions.
So I guess Greg didn't come on.
He
Well,
said
one of
5
one of
minutes.
the things I miss talking about him is the Trove stuff when we were having all those discussions about Santa Fe, San Lazaro, with Street and Greg and you and Trusted and Candy and everybody. I still think I don't know if the Secret Garden is involved in anything, but when I was trying to help Greg out, I mean, I don't think the chest was ever there, but I do believe that if there's a trove, it's in Santa Fe. I mean, something is just telling me. I mean, I agree with Street. I don't think there's anything at San Lazaro. Whatever he found was moved. And I believe that Greg is right about that part, that it's in Santa Fe somewhere. I have a good idea where I think it is, and I don't think it's a Secret Garden. But that is one thing that I got to say in Greg's defense. I know people, myself included, and Barbara never would say, well, hey, moron, it's 8.25 miles north of Santa Fe, not in Santa Fe. And that's true, but he only said the treasure chest was north of Santa Fe. He never said the trove, if there is one. He never said the clues had to be north of Santa Fe. All of the clues could have been in Santa Fe, and the trove is in Montana. I mean, nobody knows. And I know, I don't believe Greg ever did like a real end-to-end solve and showed the stuff that he found. That I know he talked about a lot of it. We didn't say anything initially, but then after he told me he didn't care, he talked about it. I guess he already arranged permission to get in there and all that. A lot of the stuff that he found in there is really good information. It really is. It's a shame that, because see, I think a lot of people would ignore a lot of the controversy that was coming out of him, but it cast a shadow because nobody paid attention to the solution itself. And like I said, I don't believe the treasure chest was there, but could there be a trove there? Certainly.
Maybe
And it would make sense that it was there.
maybe that's the key word in the poem is troll.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
I think there's a good story at that location, whether or not there was anything there. The location itself is a good story. And I was looking forward because I thought he was going to start doing a show about it.
yeah, well,
Maybe
that's
he was
what
gonna write something.
yeah, that's what happened was that happened like after he got back. And then all that stuff happened with Barb, and then he had to get the interrogatory filled out and all that. So he didn't have time to really give it justice, but he should really do it because there's, like I said, I still believe my solve, but we were all in line when we would talk on Streets Channel, and that it was much bigger than the treasure chest. There's a trove. And what if the title that was in the treasure chest or whatever, what if the title was in Wyoming, but the real trove is in Santa Fe? I mean, literally in Santa Fe.
I would love that.
It's, I mean, there's so many cool things that he could have talked about. He could probably make 10 videos on that would really have people interesting. And now that the shit's over with Barbara, he probably should do that. I would be interested. I mean, I was interested. He told me and Treat and Rob and probably Trusted a lot of stuff about it that he didn't tell anybody else. And we didn't say nothing because until he did, or he said it was okay, but
If
it's
you don't mind
interesting stuff.
interrupting real quick.
Sure,
If you don't mind,
It's
if you don't mind, if we take a moment of silence. My wife's right now digging a hole Strider passed about an hour and a half ago. Our cat.
Oh, sorry, man.
So yeah, as I was talking about it, unfortunately, it happened.
How old was he or she?
They're both. It was a he. They're both from the same litter. So they're both 14 years, 13, 14 years.
Well,
So,
well, yeah, it's tough losing a pet. They're like one of the family, you know.
Yeah, they're getting on their last leg. I mean, when I left, he looked okay, but this last couple weeks, he started declining just like our dog Mozart did. So
Sorry to hear about
taken
that.
his last breath today.
Sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, man, sorry.
Appreciate the condolences, but life goes on, and
Yeah, people don't know. I mean, when you get a pet,
he'll
you
be
get attached. They're like a family member. You know,
yeah,
they're like
they're
not
like
human,
kids.
but yeah,
It's a family. It's a family member to me.
yeah.
So he's getting buried on the property along with everybody else. Everybody's home.
Yeah, my
So that
dog.
when we're walking around, their spirits around.
My
I
dog.
bet you Kiwi misses you.
You mean what?
Kiwi probably misses you. This is the longest you've been away from Kiwi too, or
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, longest was like a month and a half, but this is going 3.5 months, so it'll be interesting.
It's
You
not
heading home in August, or when you? I mean, not that I want
Yeah,
your personal information.
mid-August.
Yeah, once you
Yeah.
see him, yeah, I'm like that's how you know how much you love him when you want to get back and see him, and then you see him, it's like you never left, Because like when I had to leave my dog behind when I was going searching, like the first day was fine, but I'm like I really miss my dog, and I'm like I miss my dog, yeah, and it was on the level of missing my dog and finding the chest at the same time. I was calling home, I'm like, is he okay? Everything's fine, because he suffered some seizures, so I almost lost him like.
Oh,
About 3 weeks ago, I almost lost him. He was having a seizure.
oh,
So yeah, usually when he goes through seizures, I gotta give him sugar water and he'll kick out of it. So I'm always carrying um
nice.
injection things. Yeah. So it's rough, man. And every time he goes through the seizure, I'm like, man, I don't want to lose you yet, man. I'm not ready.
No.
Yeah, it's that emotional attachment. But
That's one of the things, and I think that's one of the things Forrest Fenn was trying to teach in his book was how to accept, relate, and learn about death so that we're not surprised or feared of it, because it is a natural process which is life. Hate for it to happen.
it makes you think a lot differently.
It makes you think a lot differently about when you understand and learn different things and the different possibilities, even though they may seem impossible. Still, there's things that human will never comprehend, that things could be possible. You know what I mean? So it's just, yeah. I have no idea where I was going with that.
Hey, could you post that link again? Greg got back from smoking. He said, "Could you post the link?"
It's pinned.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
there
They
at the
can't
top.
see it on the phone. I know. I had people say the same thing to me. I said I have it pinned, and yeah, I can't see it. I don't know why.
All right, going in the chat. There you go. Yeah, because I'm curious how that whole thing went.
Yeah. Like I said, man, Greg has to do more videos about his solve. At least the parts that he can talk about, because, like I said, forget Galaxy's right. It's probably not over with Barbara, but I mean, let him focus on something else. I really think that
he needs
people enjoy
something.
Yeah, now that he gets away from that, got time, I really think people would enjoy it. I certainly would like to, because I know I'm I haven't talked to him in a couple of months, so I don't know where he's at. Did he find anything out new that he's willing to share about his solve?
Yeah.
Because I
Santa
think,
Fe and stuff.
right, I think the Trove, in my opinion, the Trove is somewhere near Fenn Gallery, and it might be right in the center of Olga's house. That's my opinion.
I would
Now, how
love,
the hell you're going to get in there, I don't know. I mean, you would have to have a title. You would have to have access to that. That's private property. But that's the whole point. I believe the title was in the chest or it was buried somewhere. And
I mean-
once you got the title, it gave you permission to go, be it Secret Garden or Fenn Gallery, either way. I really believe it there. And that was the funniest thing. Everybody stayed away from Santa Fe because of what Forrest said. But Greg was there. And I kept telling Greg, don't worry about it, because he said the treasure chest is 8.25 miles. He didn't say the clues are 8.25 miles. He didn't say the trove is 8.25 miles. What better place for him to put that? All of that stuff that he amassed at San Lazaro, if he found one of those boxes that he was talking about. Why wouldn't he take it and put it underneath the Fenn Gallery or somewhere in the town where everybody would least expect it? It makes sense. You know what I mean?
One of those extra chests that they were digging up. Yeah.
Right. And that's why I got interested. That's why I was talking to Greg about it all the time. But, you know, the Barber stuff came up is what caused the falling out, but primarily because Street didn't go to the court. I never told Greg that I would go to court. I couldn't afford it. Number one. Number two, my wife would kill me. I mean, yeah, we never have a vacation in 10 years, but I'm going to go up to Ohio.
Links in chat, Greg.
There's a reason why I was married for 42 years, because I didn't do something stupid like that. But I never had any ill intention of doing anything towards Greg. So I don't know. But either way, whatever he feels about me, it don't matter. I'm just saying, if I were him, it would be really cool to put out some videos and show some shit about his solve. I think to go through he has like a massive amount of pictures that he took.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of research and driving around and stuff.
Right. And like nobody sees that shit. I mean, I understand he doesn't want to show everything because he believes there's something there, and there might be, and he's not going to give away the whole kit and caboodle. Right. But everybody knows about the Secret Garden, and we know the stuff that he already showed. I think people would like to hear it. I definitely would. Just like I listened to Ian and was that Tranquility Base and all
everybody's got a different perspective, and it's interesting, no matter how you look at it, because they came at it from a different angle. And it's an angle that you may not have looked at, or you may have, but nonetheless, it's still part of somebody else's story. And I don't mind listening to stories. Everybody's got a story to tell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's cool. And I mean, it's not that
that's why I'm hoping more people would come on. And
that's what I'm saying, man. It's not controversy and stuff. It's stuff that you can talk about that people would enjoy.
Because it doesn't matter now.
Yeah, it doesn't matter now. I think a lot of people would like to see it. I just do. Is it going to attract a big audience? Probably not. Not as much as drama will, but
it'll attract the old audience.
Yeah, but who cares? I mean, attracting the old people. Let's face it. Even drama is not going to attract it, but there's nobody left in this community. There's only probably a couple of hundred people, if that. I mean, there's nobody here.
200 most.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, I enjoyed, and then I enjoyed all the discussions that we had with Street and you guys. And I mean, Greg was usually at work. He didn't usually come on those shows that we had, but I miss all of that stuff, and it was kind of cool to do it. Now, I'm just not, I can't do it right now. It's too quick, but I miss all that. I think there's a lot of fun stuff and cool things that we could do, especially now that Barbara's case was dismissed. What's up, Greg?
What's up, Chief? How you doing?
Same shit, different day, everybody.
I'm going to go smoke. I'll be right back. I'll be listening.
What's going on?
Hello, Brutal Truth.
I hope so.
Oh, since you're on now and not Sunday at 8 o'clock, I figure I might as well ask you. So I've been hearing that. So how's your court case thing going?
Oh, I think it's over.
I'm curious. You think it's over?
Well, no, it's over. She's done. and she's
Is
done
it over?
Yeah, she could file an objection all she wants. The judge don't usually go against the magistrate's decision, you know?
So what was the magistrate's decision?
Oh, you didn't see all of it?
No, I didn't even catch any of it. That's why I'm hearing bits and pieces. Like, oh man, I missed it. I've been busy down here at Dad's doing a whole lot of nothing and doing a little bit of work here and there.
I caught it all.
Yeah,
I
did you,
missed it.
I didn't get to see it all. By the time that I got to see it, I want to say the show ran for 15 minutes and then it shut down.
gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, so just give me like a synopsis, a real.
I don't
You
even
know?
know. I don't even know how to go into it because there was
Well-
nothing mentioned about me. I mean,
So was it a dismissal,
well,
like a complete dismissal? I mean, what
well,
did the magistrate order it?
I mean, I don't even know how to begin. I mean, the magistrate kind of called her out on, she had no copyrights and everything she did. When I started rebuttaling her and doing my freedom of speech and my opinions, it was after the fact she started it. It wasn't before it. It was everything after the fact. Like she started it and he made it clear. Called her, I think, a fictitious litigator, all kinds of stuff. Like showed emails. I mean, literally showed emails of what she was emailing the courts. They're not
Oh,
happy.
really?
Yeah, they're not happy
The
with her.
magistrate did that?
Yeah. It's all
Oh,
public.
wow.
It's all public records now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean it's so I submitted
Well,
my
and-
paperwork yesterday. So
Because that's a clear abuse, gross abuse of intellect and power when you abuse the legal system in such a manner to manipulate somebody who has no idea about the legal system. You know what I mean? I mean, that was kind of, and then not being able to provide the evidence for the infraction.
Right. Well,
But
on top
everything
of it,
but.
yeah, and then on top of it too, I kept asking for the 3 copyrighted videos. She would not turn them over. So either 1, in my opinion, she does not have them, or 2, she was just trying. And he even said her objective was just to get herself on camera. The court even said she just wanted to get herself so the court could approve herself that she's the winner.
Really?
Oh yeah, I mean, Rob, did you read it all?
Well,
Yeah, I watched your whole video.
It was
It's a joke already. It's a joke. She's playing with fire, man. And I'm telling you, she's playing. The court don't want nothing to do with you no more. And if you keep sending them more stuff, they're gonna come. They're not gonna keep putting up with this. It's done and over with. So
And,
I mean,
right.
that was a lot of pages. 9 pages, I think.
Yeah, and if she sends an objective, I feel sorry for her. Not,
Yes, I do. Me too.
I don't. I don't feel sorry for her no more.
This is
I don't think she will file an official objection because of that kind of language. The court saying she's a fictitious litigant and that she's just trying to get her solved out into the public. They've already, the magistrate already has that decision in mind. I don't think she would dare file an objection.
If you were smart, you wouldn't. But we're
that's
talking
right.
about
The
somebody
pop
that
balls.
doesn't care.
Well, you could countersue her right now if you wanted to.
Well, I put in a file yesterday, a recommendation letter for 75,000. I'm
Okay.
asking for 75,000 from her.
You can do it now. Just to let you know. You can.
No, I already did. I filed it yesterday. That's why she made that little comment on her community section about I filed before her. Like, there's no rule when I'm supposed to file. Are you that stupid?
What, 3 years has been? Maybe going on
2
4?
years. 2
2
years.
years? Okay.
Yeah, I seen that too, but that judge ripped her apart, man. He ripped her apart, called her, just like Greg said, a vexatious litigator.
And wasting the court's time.
9
And
pages.
breaking the protocol and sending mail out of order and doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
He didn't mention Greg at all. It's just she destroyed it because of what she. I mean, I guess what the case that Greg was trying to prove, she ended up proving it for him
Mhm.
because she was doing all that shit. I mean, you know,
Yes.
uh,
You give a person enough rope, they'll hang themselves.
honestly though, Greg, I'm glad that's over because I was
Yeah.
just saying that, like, really, man, I'm curious.
Yeah.
Like your sob, I was just talking like the stuff that you were starting to share and the pictures. Because I believe, I still do, that there's some kind of trove, not the treasure chest, but there is something that you're onto that's near Santa Fe. One question I have for you, I'm curious of. I know that
It's sorry
you
about
had
your son
plans.
too.
Yeah, that I know you sent condolences. I appreciate it.
Right.
Did you? I know you were supposed to go to Santa Fe and met in March. That didn't happen. I guess you had a meeting set up at the place. Remember, that's the last time we talked. How did all that? Like, how's that going with your solve? I mean, you don't have to give us details, but did you find anything out that's interesting that you could share?
I have 7 boxes that I have to go through.
Oh wow, really?
Of what?
Wow.
7
Hey,
boxes of what? Papers,
did
photos, figurines.
they find out who
Papers.
destroyed that box?
She was not there again. She did not show up when I came there. The husband was there when I came
Oh
there.
man,
So I will be going back. I don't think we have the Yellowstone trip next month. I don't think Lulu's doing it because I haven't heard anything from her. So I will be going back. I'm hoping in a month or two
oh cool.
because I'm buying something down there. So I won't mention what I'm buying.
That's cool,
Yeah,
man. Because
last
I
I
think,
heard,
man,
the Yellowstone thing was August 3rd to the 6th.
But she hasn't said nothing to me. I haven't heard nothing.
no, I haven't heard no back.
I
to
could be
go
wrong.
anyway.
Oh, that's 14%.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the first week of August.
And then I think somebody else was saying there was supposed to be a second thing during August
Hey, Greg, you know what I'm thinking,
or
man?
early
I
September or
think that
something.
if the secret garden has something to do with it, I believe. I mean, if I were given like the choice right now, where I think there's a trove, I'll tell you where I think it is. It's right in Olga's house, right where Fenn got old gallery was, right underneath that fucking bathroom that's in the center of that house.
Hey, you never know. Dig
You
it up.
never know, man. I've seen some research, Greg, that there's tunnels that were under the ground from that area because that was all owned by the Sisters of Charity, all that land, and that connects to the San Miguel Chapel. So when they were invaded by the Indians, they could travel underground to escape. I really believe there's something under Santa Fe somewhere, man. If it ain't at the Secret Garden, it's at that old gallery. I don't know what the hell you'll get it though, because I mean you need to. It's private property, but I think something's there, man. I really do.
Maybe there's a door somewhere or something you have to open and walk down in there.
Or maybe maybe he buried a bell with the title.
I always
And you
thought
get the title. You know, I mean, there is. That's the thing. Everybody laughed, said, "Oh, Greg ain't 8.25 miles," but it doesn't matter. He said the treasure chest was 8.25 miles. He didn't say the clues were.
Yeah, but they all forget though that 8.25 miles, he didn't say from the very bottom of Santa Fe border.
Oh, yeah, the
or-
county, yeah, the county.
He never said, and everybody forgets too that the secret garden is in the Rocky Mountains. It is in the mountains, and it's in the desert. There's a big article about it.
But she
Well, I
also
think
probably
he was-
owned other property too, right?
Huh?
So Bob, didn't she own other property too? There, Bob's.
Yes.
Listen, yeah, but she owned a big piece right there. I know, bigger than the secret garden. It goes all the way to Canyon Road. That art gallery is part of her property. Right.
Correct. And now the LLC changed after 10 years to FE.
Fenn Enterprises.
I mean, I'm just telling you. I mean, it don't make sense. But
these play on words, boy.
hey, I got everybody's got their own solve. I got my solve. I like my solve.
Did you ever go back to that place where that guy was? That bar or whatever that's
No, I never went back. But I did go to San Lazaro.
Oh, cool.
How was it?
Interesting. They're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say what to do. I'm not going to get involved because I don't want to stick my foot in my mouth right now. You know what I mean? I got permission from the land right next door in the
Oh,
BLM
cool.
land, so I have permission.
I,
So I was able to get through.
Oh, cool.
But I didn't stay long, I'll tell you that much. I'll just say that.
Well, it was funny when you were online with me that one night. We were looking at the property owners, and right along that creek, all the way from San Lazaro, all the way north, it's like the same company buying up as much of that land as they could.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, I didn't stay long. I was probably
Uh.
there about an hour and
oh, that's long enough.
oh, and then I had to take the 4-wheeler and fucking took me an hour to get out. So
So what is it all there? All dirt? Rocks?
it's Peblos. It's all there. They got a fence, but I'm going to tell you one thing. In my opinion, that fence is on BLM land.
Was there any snakes? I'm sure there was all
Oh
kinds
yeah,
of.
oh yeah. But I'll tell you one thing. I believe I think it's just my opinion. I think their fence is way over into BLM land.
Yeah.
They moved it. Yeah, because when I talked to the officer for BML land, they even said to me, "There's no way for them to get in."
So is that fence cut right through the Pueblo?
It's on. It's moved past the Pueblo, which makes it interesting.
Oh, really? Because when we looked at it, the property line goes right through the center of that Kiva.
Well, not anymore.
Wow, really? Yeah, that's one thing we never really did is look at the actual drawing, like the real physical property. I don't know how accurate that website was that we were using, but yeah,
but the property next door too, to the right, is doing some shit too. I don't know what they're doing. Because I told them I was going down a certain path because they wanted the time and when I was going to be there and where I was coming in and where I was going.
Oh,
They wanted to know my exact tracking of where I was going.
Who?
I don't know. I don't know if this is relevant or not, but it might help you out next time you go there. I don't know. I found out from somebody, I'm not going to say who, but they have nothing to do with the chase, but they lived there for a long time, probably longer than Forrest Fenn. And one of the questions I asked them, I said, in Forrest Fenn's book, he talks about a Kachina doll gallery that was on Canyon Road. And I'm like, where was that? And they couldn't remember. So you know how Matucci, the people who bought Fenn Gallery, they also own another gallery called the Morning Star or something like that?
Moonstar.
Moonstar. I asked him, I said, what are the chances that Moonstar gallery was the Kachina store? And what is the chances that that's how he actually met the Naja or whoever? And that's where it was. He goes, it quite possibly could be, because the only other place that he could think of that there would have been something like that is the museum that's right next to the San Miguel Chapel. But other than that, on Canyon Road, nobody I know could remember at any point a place that would be packed with Kachina dolls.
I just think it's weird that when you go into, what is it, Matucci, right? The gallery. I think it's weird that they talk down on Forrest.
Yeah, I never talked to them. I never tried to call them.
I have talked to them, and one person made a claim. Well, he ruined this art gallery, like the searchers coming in there or whatever, And then I started thinking, well, if he ruined it, why are you buying up San Lazaro?
Well, yeah, I thought he was friends with her husband, Richard, or whatever. I thought they were.
I don't know. The comments they have made, you know what I mean? The statements right to my face saying,
maybe they're just mad at the searchers. I don't. And that's odd.
But still, think of it in this philosophy. That art gallery wouldn't be there if it wasn't for Forrest and the searchers on top of it.
Yeah, that's true. That's the same thing in Cody. When the Cody Museum got mad at me for helping Forrest with Scrapbook 207, they didn't get mad at me. They were actually mad at somebody else. But anyway, like that woman, Karen, the curator, she got mad. I'm thinking to myself, she's like, I don't like all these Forrest Fenn people coming around here. Well, he's bringing traffic to your museum and you're the curator. It's your fucking job to handle questions from the customers. What do you mean you don't want to do it? Like, I never understood that. he's bringing people there. Why are you doing that?
All right. You want me to
Crazy.
read? You want me to read what I submitted yesterday?
Yeah,
You ready?
just for shits and giggles.
Just for shits and giggles. Can I share the screen?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. This is what I submitted yesterday. She's all on a rampage all over. All righty, share zone. All right. I submitted this.
How come we didn't do what Bill said? Because I agree with Bill. You should have went for the amount she was going for, which is 150,000.
You know what? I was being, hey, even though after 2 years, you know what I mean? But did you notice though in the court thing that he said she was over the limit or couldn't explain, he didn't understand what she was asking for, you know?
Okay.
But she goes for 150. Now that's why she's trying to say, oh, well, he didn't file, what do you call it? A counterclaim in time or whatever, you know? But at the end
Right.
of the day, it doesn't matter. It's up to the judge.
Yeah.
That judge could do whatever he wants. Welcome to Ohio. And that's my whole thing. That judge, she could sit here and she could say whatever she wants. She has put this whole community through misery. You know what I mean? She has threatened all you guys, everybody. And now I did submit the paperwork to the attorneys for YouTube. Because think of it, I did get a couple phone calls, and the calls were like, how did they put it? Saying that for everybody that got taken down on YouTube, Barbara could be responsible for it.
So did you get a strike for your video that you did? Because why is it gone? Like
I have
it
no
was
strikes. I have
right.
zero
Yo,
strikes.
so you took it down because you wanted to? I'm talking
No,
about
it's
your
just on private.
Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha.
Yeah, I have no strikes. I got 0 strikes.
Yeah, because I was talking to Trustin about it. Trustin's like, I couldn't see. He goes, Greg sent me an invitation, but I didn't catch it in time. And then I went to go watch the video and it cut out in the middle. And I said, well, I seen it while you were doing it live, but I had it running in the background. And then I sent you that text message to congratulate you. But then I wasn't really paying that much attention because I had other things going on with my wife. But yeah, I was surprised that it was gone. There was nothing wrong in that video that would cause you to have to take it down.
Yeah, I'll watch it again and then load it up. You know what I mean? So, so should I read this or?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be right back.
Dear Honorable Judge Donald C. Nugent, my correspondence is to request monetary relief be awarded to me by plaintiff Barbara Anderson. Anderson, blah, blah, blah. For the past 2 years, Anderson has made it her go to harm me both personally and professionally. So think about this. My name, Birdie Blocker, everybody knows because of her, everything. So when she has slandered my name, she has also messed up my company. So to satisfy her unrelated agenda, Anderson's wanton and willful conduct towards me displayed her intent to gain financial rewards and public notoriety related to the Forrest Fenn treasure hunt. In her unconsensual attempt, Anderson targeted me as a way to abuse the courts for the sole purpose of gaining the attention of her solution for said treasure hunt, which she solely declares herself as the solver. Anderson's initial complaint of copyright infringement has never been adequately supported, and the transparency of Anderson's underlying agenda is clear and has nothing to do with her original and amended complaints.
Right.
I
Well
mean,
said. To the point. I mean, that's basically true so far.
I kept it simple. I kept it
Yep.
simple and easy. You know,
Short, simple, and sweet.
less than two
And to the
two
truth.
pages. Right. I'm not going to flood like I know she will. She'll flood the court with her rebuttal and everything. Let her. If I was her, I would just shut up. I wouldn't say a word.
You're asking for simple monetary compensation for the grievances that your company and yourself have been through.
Yeah, and that don't include the relationships, everything, and it don't include the money I was making in the beginning when I had the ads running from Treasure Seekers Brutal Truth LLC. I was making money at that time too a month, even though it just went back into, advertising the brand,
Yeah.
and it stopped me from making money because of all her actions. She's in some deep shit. If
Yeah,
I
this
if I want to press.
defamation of character.
Anderson has boosted both publicly and privately that she is a 24-year litigation attorney in good standing. Anderson continues to use her law degree to intimidate and threaten anyone who stands up for their protected rights. Anderson, you like this one?
I only know somebody asked who Barb. Barb is in Ohio. I thought somebody was asking who Barb was. This is I only know Barbara from you dating her for a week and then whatever you shared. You know what I mean?
That's some funny shit. So somebody made a comment. They said, "Can you make a record and go out and have a one night stand and be sued for 2 years?"
Oh my god! You probably could.
I
You
probably.
probably could.
I always say, once you go brutal, you don't go back. I mean, it's just sad. It's sad that myself and everybody else had to go through this. And I'm the only one that stuck it out. I'm the only one. I stuck this whole thing out for 2 years. She thought I would just sign off on that paper, call it a day. Nope, 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 nope. I'm not playing that
Well,
game.
that's good for you.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
yeah. Thank you.
I hope now you can find some peace. You can, go back to what you were doing and enjoying without having to worry about all these legal fees and court things and all this unnecessary added due stress.
Yeah, well, now I could do boots on the ground, have my fun, and start knocking on
Right?
doors. I can start knocking on doors.
Well, let me know when you're up there in Idaho.
Yeah, I
I
will.
don't,
Pay
I
a
don't know.
visit.
I don't know
Do
when the
lunches.
I don't know when the Stinger's coming back. Stingers, you're promoting it, but I mean, I don't see no Stingers.
No, not until next year, or until
year.
Shiloh gives the epic. If Shiloh does not make it epic, Stinger's coming back. Because I know exactly where Jack is.
So what is epic to you to the point where you would bring out another, I guess, personality of yourself?
Yeah,
you have
well,
split
show. It's a
personality?
show. It's a show. It's a show. It's all it is a show. But I'll tell no, I see what you're saying, Kiwi. But no, my whole thing is after talking to several searchers about what epic is, I've come to the conclusion if it does not benefit each individual searcher, okay, it's not epic. That's my opinion on that. If it does not benefit each individual searcher that has put this hard work in all YouTube channels, everything, if it doesn't singularly benefit each person, it's not epic.
I don't think Shiloh knows the location or the solve. I think he might know who the solver is though, but I don't think he knows anything. I mean, do you think he really knows anything, Greg?
I think something happened. You know what I mean? I think something happened. I don't know what happened.
I mean, here's a possibility.
Yeah, but Kiwi,
if they were talking about pulling it, and then they're combing emails, find somebody that's at least posted a picture showing where they were searching, and then what would you call it?
Or think of it this way.
Use them as a fox,
Think of it this way. What if they're doing the Netflix? And I'm not going to say nothing about Netflix. You know what I mean? So let's say they're doing Netflix. Okay. Say they did pull it, like you said. But let's say the end says the person's name, come forward and get your prize. Never been done. in
At
history.
the end, you would have to think that the person coming forward would have to be Mr. Stu.
No, if they said the real name, say like Forrest pulled it, okay, but he left for the real person that found it at the real location, okay? He was at the real location, but Forrest pulled it. Let's say Forrest pulled it, okay?
Uh-huh.
Because he just had to pull it. He had to stop because family, everybody,
Right.
people
You
died.
want to protect everybody. You want to
Correct.
protect your family.
But he left something for the true person in the end that had to go through hell. You know what I mean? Or whoever it was. You know what I mean? So say at
Well,
the
I
end.
think everybody had their trauma where they thought they went through hell trying to get this damn treasure chest.
You got
Yeah,
that
but
I
right.
don't know too many
but
people who said they got sued though, but
think about this. Forrest always said that whoever is the solver or whatever, everything is up to them. I wash my hands of it. So let's just say, just hypothetical, Greg. Let's say that you are the solver, right? Wouldn't you like the fact that Shiloh didn't? No, in other words, you would have the perfect opportunity right now if you were the solver to walk away without anybody ever knowing that you were the solver. Nobody could harass you. Nobody could sue you. Nobody would know anything. Wouldn't you want that? Why would you want to come out? Like, in other words, if they went through all this trouble to keep the solver anonymous, why would you want to undo that and come out and then to get all the nutcase? Because you know you're going to have people like Dave Woodard, for example, is going to be trying to sue you.
No,
You
I know
know.
what yeah, but like Troy in the beginning when I first started the chase, okay? In the beginning, I said I wanted to if I would have found it, and it's just hypothetical, you know what I mean? If I would have. All right, my solve's my solve. I like my secret garden. Something's fishy there. That's why I'm doing the research for myself. It has nothing to do with anybody else. It's for me. Okay. Something's not right about the box. It's all damaged. Something, and the woman's not showing up when she's supposed to be showing up. But that's just me doing my own stuff. On
Oh,
my
by the
own
way,
time.
did you ever look under that grate when you went back? You know, the grate that was out there where you see that box like thing. Remember we were trying to look and figure out what it is. It's in the secret garden underneath the grate. Something like
You're talking about under the rocks.
yeah, it looks like a drain grate or something
Yeah.
is there, but it used to be a fountain or something. And now, did you look in there?
No, not till next month. About a month or two. I'll go out
Man,
there.
I bet you can't wait to do that.
Well, I was checking the well there this time. I was checking the well and all that stuff and under the bees, like
Well-
the queen bee statue that has bees
Well-
on their head.
well, did you find anything?
No, I have fun. I just enjoy my boots on the ground. I do my own research.
No, you didn't get it, man. I said well like 3 times. Like, well, did you find anything? Because you were searching in a well.
No, smart ass.
Come on.
But like I'm saying, like literally think of if a documentary came out and at the end of the documentary, it had the person's name that and a picture of that person, okay, at the location. Now, that would be something different. You know what I mean? We all
that'd
have,
be
they would
cool.
need your permission. I mean,
Could
again, another hypothetical. Let's say that you were the solver, Greg, and you watching Netflix and you get to the end and they show a picture of you. You might be really happy or you might be really pissed off. You might be all fun. Now all of a sudden 50 people are going to try to sue me for the treasure chest. I don't
no,
want that.
you know what? I wouldn't, me personally, because you know what I've been through. Everybody knows what I've been through. Fuck, I'd be like, fucking bring it. Let's fucking go. You just know me. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
you're already out there.
I mean,
but I mean,
come on,
and-
think about it. This case is going to go down in history. My name is already in history books now for the next 100, 200, 300,000 years. They're going to use this case for cases to come. So I already went down
especially if
in
Barbara
history.
trades one.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially they're going to use that as a reference. Say, look, she was already
Correct.
called the
And
vexatious
now-
litigator.
Right. And now if she feeds the court again with a rebuttal or objection, she's even going to look, in my opinion, more like a fool.
More
That's why she-
vindictive.
Right, exactly. If she doesn't leave it alone, she might get really in big time trouble from this judge. That's just my opinion on it. You just don't do stuff like let it go, leave it alone, shut your mouth. Okay. I understand you're all mad. You know what I mean? You got defeated, but let it go, move on.
Win, lose, it happens.
You got
Yes.
to take it under chin sometimes. No?
But you know what?
By the way, I hate to cut you guys off. I just want to. My wife's getting ready to go to bed. I got to jump off. So
All
it was
right,
nice
Troy,
talking to you,
nice
Greg.
yeah, nice talking to you.
Congratulations, Greg,
Thank
and thanks again, Trusted, for spending all that time with me and keep me up all night. And Big Rob and Kiwi, thanks, guys. I'll talk to you all later.
Yeah,
Peace.
take care.
Yeah. Enjoy your evening.
Good night, Troy.
Good night.
Yeah, and my whole thing is, I went the distance 2 years. I wasn't going to let somebody take my freedom of speech away or how I feel. But
No.
in reality, she was vindictive. She went after me because I was just somebody that didn't have a lot of money. You know what I mean? And she went after me.
You happen to be the wrong person
Wrong time.
at the right place at the wrong time. You know,
Right.
that created a snowball effect.
Right.
Because if I'm not mistaken, you were with her
1
during
week.
the time which an individual was sitting there trying to get somebody else fired from their work or something like that, correct?
Oh,
Writing
you mean
emails or
you
something
mean
like that?
you mean when she was calling Christie's work?
Yes,
Yes,
that would be what I'm talking about.
I was there officially. I was there when
And-
she was
and
sending the
so-
email to Christie's work and also calling Christie's work. I was literally, I seen it all.
That has been
Yeah, so I mean, you're the wrong person at the right place. I mean, you happen to see it, you know, and then and
I
at the
seen it
wrong
all.
time because you were there at the wrong time, a time when she wasn't expecting somebody to be looking over her shoulders or whatever in the same vicinity. So at least you were able to come out on top versus being played a fool, which you're not.
Right.
You fought this for 2 years, man. You won.
Yes.
Did your job. Now you can move on for better.
Like I said,
Hopefully you can move on.
Yeah, I just want to do my thing now. I just want
Yeah.
to do my thing. But if she runs her mouth, I'm gonna stick my foot in her mouth. I mean, that's it, plain and simple. Don't run your mouth. If you're gonna run your mouth, be prepared.
And you're LLC, so yeah, she better watch that now. It's not just hearsay now.
Well,
Limited liability company.
well, it don't matter on that, you know what I mean, too much when you're filing for, but the whole thing is, it's
Yeah, but
pretty,
if you want your channel to go further and above and beyond, that could be a problem.
right, exactly. But she's already devastated the channel, you know what I mean, making money in the beginning for 2 years.
Then you could keep taking it to court and be like, every time I'm doing something for my community and I want this to go further.
Right. Well, I have talked to a couple attorneys, so
But I'm just saying. I mean, if you want to,
the whole thing is she just needs to go away. Okay. Do her own channel, do your book discussion. Okay.
I agree.
And leave other people's channels alone. That's not her place to do it. I'm the one, when I first came out, Joe and I, we were the ones testing the waters of going after channels about, if they were lying, what they were doing, where they got the research. If it wasn't for this channel, you know what I mean? And I'm not trying to sound conceited, but it's like a lot of people say to me, they say they needed somebody, like me to question what was going on. Same as when Street started joining and other people, they needed me to make that other side because they were always manipulating everybody on their stories. So you always had to listen to K-Pro, Cynthia, all the other people. You had to listen, and same as the dents, you know what I mean? You always had to listen. Go ahead.
When you stop asking why, then you finally found yourself in line. And
Eh,
that's not a place I want to be.
I'm not
So,
gonna.
you know,
I'm not
I'll
conforming to
I'll
anybody.
ask why all the time. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
no,
I
I
don't
want there's
conform to anybody.
I want the
I-
rhyme, reason.
I'm 47 years old. I ain't putting up with this shit, and I'm not conforming to nobody. It's my freedom of speech. It's my opinion. Okay.
I
And,
agree.
and we all agree at the end of the day, how the chase ended is bullshit. We just all agree on that.
And that's why we're
Everybody.
all, and that's why we're all here.
Yeah.
If you didn't think it was BS, you wouldn't be here because there's something that's holding you back, but you're not saying what it is.
Well,
I
I
don't.
mean, I'm good with it. I mean, so far ish.
Yeah. Let me grab a beer.
But that's me. I mean,
Come on, Kiwi, you want to know the truth, man. Seriously, I
But-
mean, we're all here for a reason still. I mean, there's
I
no,
like the people.
I like the people too, but I mean, we still talk about Forrest Fenn, even if we're talking about any other subject out there. It goes right back to Forrest Fenn. So we're here. But
So
imagine when it is over, when the two.
so
I don't
something
think.
I learned. I don't mean to cut you off. Something I learned. Actually, I don't mean to cut you off. Please continue.
No, go ahead, go.
Oh, something I learned in parenting class was I had to take a parenting class for fostering. We were going to do fostering and get kids in, so we had to take a parenting class. The Forrest Fenn, the throw of the chase, is called an icebreaker. It's a subject that you can talk to anybody about, and yourself can get excited, and it'll get other people excited too. And then you can build off of just that one thing. And I mean, a lot of us have that as a common icebreaker. So that's one of the reasons why, you know, we put Forrest Fenn in our channel titles if we want. Or, you know, we'll sit there and just talk Fenn because we like Fenn stuff. Or just life, you know, because it was a doorway from one part of our life to a whole new perspective of life. And some good, some bad, you know, some, you know, unfortunately are no longer with us, but they're still with us in the shadows and light. So,
But it gave everybody something to look forward to.
Yeah, but look,
yes.
look at the book sales now. I bet you there's hardly any book sales of the Thrill of the Chase. That book's there's so many copies already been out there.
Well, it's kind of weird that Dorothy is now hiding the books in the back.
Well, I don't know why, because there's no reason to promote something that's not.
No, they said they hide it in the back because people are stealing it left and right during the week. That was their comment when I was there.
Well, if they're numbered, you know, that means that they're limited number of that revised series or whatever.
Yeah, but they don't have it on the shelf no more. Supposedly, when I went in there, they said that they put it in the back due to the fact people are stealing them.
It's a shame.
Yeah.
It's probably the only book in the store that anybody's going in and stealing. That gives
See,
an
that's the
idea of the
truth.
kind of people that are involved.
So, hey,
Greedy
Trusted,
people who are willing to steal.
So, Trusted, I heard that Barbara was talking about you sometime a week or 2 weeks ago. What happened there?
Oh, really?
Nothing. I heard the name mentioned, but not really anything. I could give a shit less what she has to say.
Like you were in the
I
chat
like
room.
her
I'm looking
shows.
forward to the day that this does come to an end, which I don't know when that day will be. I do think that there's going to be enough put out into public to let it be known that Barbara Anderson is not the solver. And I'm looking forward to that day.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Yeah,
It'll be interesting.
it's gonna
I'm
be
interested in
interesting.
her
Because she got to be knocked down off her
coloring
high
book?
horse. She got
Is it
the
a coloring book she's
luxury
got?
that other people did not get. Her, Dave Woodard, they both got the luxury to be told that they were not the solver or their location was not correct. They had
Right.
a luxury that we did not
A
have.
closure.
Yeah,
They
I
had
think
closure.
I get my closer.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean-
Enclosure.
And you can't get any immediate closure than that. You're
Yeah.
not the
I
finder.
would've
Sorry.
Looking at Salver, I would have felt a lot better.
Right? Because I'm assuming that that was said to both those people after the chest was already found, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Like,
So I got some more. So because of everything that's been happening on, because last week was my biggest week. You know what I mean? So it was a
Yeah.
very exciting week, after
Awesome.
2 years, so a lot of people have been calling, emailing, and there's a few theories out there, but I really don't want to throw them up there to tell you the truth, but why not? So one theory I got from somebody, and it was some funny shit. But it was pretty interesting. Remember how they always kept saying Hollywood end, epic end, all that. Remember?
People, yeah, are
Like
wanting.
Barbara always said epic end, the Hollywood end's coming, right?
Yeah.
What would be more of the best Hollywood end is taking my channel down and everybody and winning in court. Wouldn't that be an epic end?
yeah.
We took the
What?
Yeah, because then they would put me as the face of the cyberbully. Then they would smear it all over the world. Look at
How
what
would
he
that
did.
be epic?
Wouldn't that be epic? That's a good story. I mean, people would love to watch that, wouldn't they? They watch a good story about an old man, then at the end, this guy.
A good documentary.
Yeah, exactly. That
Mhm.
was just something brought up.
A smear
I-
campaign on searcher channels?
Yeah.
So you got
I
enough.
like the epic ending of Barbara's channel being taken down for being the searcher bully.
Well,
And
I hope so. This will be the second time it'd be taken down if she gets taken down. She needs to be taken off YouTube, or she needs to go back to her book discussions, do whatever she wants, and leave everybody alone. I mean, come on, everybody, think about this. I don't ever follow her ass. When I go to Santa Fe, what does she do? She goes on a rampage. When I go down to Santa Fe, I do things. She watches everything. When Tisha and I had a fight, and I got in trouble with that shit. You know what I mean? Tisha and I got into it. She knew all about that. She is literally stalking my life. Literally. For 2 years,
That's
she
no
has been
bueno.
following. Yeah, for 2 years, she has been following me everywhere I go in my life. Okay. So now I hope the judge rules, because it doesn't matter. She could sit here and say, oh, well, it expired. He didn't do no counterclaim. It don't matter. The judge could rule on anything. The judge is
Yeah.
saying, no, you know what? Hey, no, you are going to pay him
He
$75,000.
he has up to him making his whatever's at the end, right?
What do you
Till
mean?
he hits the gavel. Ka-chinga chinga.
Well, she's got 2 weeks to file an objection, which I don't think she should if she wants to look stupid, in my opinion. She does it, she's just burying her hole even more. She better let it go. Let it be whatever the judge is
Let
going to
it
decide.
go.
Yeah, let it
Let
go.
it go.
Move on. You're not the solver. She will never be the
Frozen.
solver. Huh?
Frozen song.
Yeah. She's not the solver. And one thing I didn't catch in those court documents, because half the time I never read that shit. I seriously didn't
shoulda.
read. No, I seriously did not read half the shit that went. I mean, you know
Why
how
not?
much, because
You
it wasted
you
so
got
much.
Yeah, but you still got to read everything that's any government like that.
I
You
know, but
got-
I was
Yeah.
so busy recording her stupid ass videos every day.
You got to put that last. You got to read what's in front of you. When it comes to government court, you got to pay attention to that.
I know, but you
Yep.
understand that
'Cause
I
the
was
fine
going
print
through.
is what's gonna get you.
Right. No, I understand that. But you understand, I was going through a record. I have so many thousands of hours of her. Okay. And I have thousands of hours of all you. She sent me all your guys' shit.
I don't care.
I mean, I
if somebody's recording me,
literally
that
have
makes
a
me feel
documentary
special.
on everybody, every
Okay.
channel.
Then you should make a documentary.
I don't give that thing.
Jeez. How you doing, people?
I don't care. Yeah.
I am not. You seen the recording where I don't throw anybody under the bus. Did you guys all listen to that?
What recording?
The
Which
recording I
recording?
released when she called me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you listen
That
to
was
it?
interesting.
I
Yeah,
listened.
That was
what?
interesting.
Wasn't it?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Do people forget?
So here's one of the so it was interesting about since you brought it up
Right.
that phone conversation. A person who if I'm not mistaken, it sounded like the other person on the phone was typing answers that you were responding to questions, correct?
Barbara was typing.
And well, I don't know whoever it was. It sounded like somebody was typing
That was
your
her.
answers that you're responding, right?
Right, that was her.
So how come the typing wasn't happening during some of your responsive answers?
Exactly.
How come it was doctored to admit your statements?
Because she was using whatever she wanted. You see what I'm saying?
Did
She
you
didn't
just hear what I just told you, man? The shit was doctored right from the get-go. Doctored. She doctored
Yeah, she
it
didn't
by
like-
admitting your statement that was recorded.
Whenever
was-
she didn't like a response, she badgered.
Yep.
She badgered Greg.
Badgered.
I heard her badger Greg. If she
Yep.
was in a courtroom, there would have been a
Listen.
lawyer there. Stop badgering the witness.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
and
that was an interesting recording.
yeah. It's on private. I'll release it soon again.
Yeah, she was trying to groom it because
Well, sneezing.
that is something that she does know about the court system is
Right.
how depositions can affect an outcome. An interrogatory where she's filling out your answers is no different than a deposition.
Right, exactly.
And
So she
I'll be
and
back.
here's
wanted to
another
have
thing.
things that would support her. Because I remember you insisting on a certain spot. Put this answer down there. That's my answer.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
To do that.
Hold on, I got to
Yep.
answer this call. This is a client,
And-
so I'll be right back. I got to answer this client.
Oh yeah, you take them clients. Look at Mr. Treasure Seekers taking clients left and right.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. I wonder what he's getting paid from the scab company and whatever else we're supposedly supposed to be getting paid from whoever's.
I ain't getting shit. I waited as long as possible. I'm never gonna.
As you can see, it's been a while since I got paid. I ain't got my
I don't even know where the text coming from, what state or anything. Oh, but
the United States, is it a country? Are we supposed to be getting paid from a different country?
I don't think so.
Is UK Paul supposed to be paying us? Or is Trusted supposed to be in charge of finance? I thought Trusted was in charge of finance.
Oh no. You ever see the movie Big Fat Liar?
Uh-huh.
You should have got it in writing.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
true.
we all know that Chase Inc. is a big joke. It started out on the blogs and it went from there. And some people actually believe there is such a thing as Chase Inc. It doesn't fucking exist.
So you telling me Santa's not real?
Well, there's a
Yeah.
YouTube channel called
Yeah.
Chasing.
Yeah, Santa isn't real.
Oh my God, are these mosquitoes starting to come out again?
Santa isn't real, and you've been lied to about Jesus.
Oh, thank you, wise one. I knew I should have knew the truth a long time ago.
And George
I keep-
Washington was black. And George Washington was black.
Yeah, see,
This-
I knew it.
I keep hearing these weird noises out here
Damn you, schools.
with that bobcat running around. I can't help but wonder. So
School
if you
is
hear if you
school
hear
is
some screaming, that's me dying.
Don't die.
It'd be from a bobcat.
well. I'll take your check then if something happens.
Okay.
Okay,
We
mine didn't come yet. Maybe it got crossed with yours.
No, I gotta divvy it up amongst
Well,
everybody
Troy is the
else,
chase
amongst every other
supervisor.
treasure seeker.
Yeah, Chase. Yeah, he is the Chase supervisor, Troy. That's right.
So that means we need to get ahead of our supervisor, who should get ahead of payroll and figure out where pay's coming from. Because then we can go do a train robbery like you used to do. But we ain't stealing from the poor. We only stealing from the rich that can afford,
Oh, Robin Hood.
right? I don't know, something like that.
We know.
It was
We
crazy
know.
and sad how they did that. But go ahead.
We know. Trusted loved Robin Hood, right? Trusted.
No, Robin Hood's a communist.
I know. We had
Yep.
this discussion.
That's what I was looking for. The
I
word.
was joking with you.
Communist propaganda film.
Yeah. See, I knew there was a reason why I stopped watching movies.
I like watching movies. It's a lot easier to understand than a book in a sense. I mean, you
Movies,
lose a lot of the perspective of the writer or author.
movies are acting, and acting is actors. That's how I see it. Actors that are acting on things that imagination sells.
Yeah.
You can imagine these things happen, but not most of it ever happen. We ain't gonna have a Spider-Man, an Iron Man, a Batman. We're not gonna have none of that.
No, but I mean, like,
We think about them things. We think about superheroes and all that, but what is a superhero?
I would hope somebody that defends the defenseless, feeds the hungry, waters the thirsty, and promotes good health and growth would be a hero to me.
No, I agree with that. But do we have that?
But Superman would be pretty damn cool though too.
Yeah, come on.
Come on, flying around,
No,
using eyes lasers. I could use
I
some
don't know
mad welding.
by the looks of Superman, he does steroids, so he's going to work for Big Pharma.
yeah,
Nah, no.
Star Wars.
Well, if you think about all that engineered crop farming that we're doing on the farm, yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
I got a good trivia question.
Uh-huh.
What three countries were the first three countries to be involved in illegal drug trade?
America, England, and Asia.
Close. First it
Big
was
Rock.
France. First it was
Oh,
France, then it was England, and then it was America, and it was opium trade in Asia. They were actually breaking the law in Asia. Asia was trying to clean up the drug usage in China, and these three countries were the ones that their corporations were exporting into Asia opium.
see? I'm not as dumb as I look.
And the corporations were using the military of those countries to go against China at that time. So the government and illegal drug trade has historically, from the beginning, been involved.
So
And not to
America's a big
stop- and not to
drug
stop
trafficking.
it, but to do it.
So what they pretty much did was they learned to control the natural medications and then build their own medications and then criminalize natural medications and force you to pay for their man created medications when you can get free natural medications. Damn big
Well,
pharma.
we're talking about things that were being used as recreational drugs and ruining society. That's why China outlawed opium, was because it was used as a recreational drug and it was ruining society.
Ah,
That's crazy.
so that's how you get
There
rid
was
of it.
there was opium, so-called children's medications in the United States that you could buy over the counter that were advertised to the public.
Well, I believe it.
There was opium, there was the derivative morphine, and there was heroin and cocaine, until the
Is it-
same thing happened in the United States, where they all became recreational drugs and it was fucking up society.
Now they got other things coming in that just straight up kill you.
Yeah.
And they still got the other ones going on.
Yep.
Heck, the United States fights a war in Afghanistan. That was about the poppy fields. I don't like the Taliban because of their mentality and the way to oppress women and that kind of thing. But it was the Taliban that was stopping the poppy production. And that's why the United States was in Afghanistan, to keep the poppy production going so that the pharmaceutical companies could get it for pharmaceuticals, but also the illegal opium trade at the same time. There's always a simultaneous action going on where they can claim they're doing something good when they're actually helping something bad at the same
Bad,
time.
yeah.
Because it's not the average person that gets bribed when those things happen. It's public officials at the highest levels of governments that are getting the bribery money.
You know, I hope, speaking of bribery money, I hope Greg's on the phone sitting there talking to whoever's managing the money and bribing somebody to get something done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's conducting business.
Yeah. What he needs to conduct is a mosquito abatement over here. Get eaten alive out here.
No mosquitoes over here. None over
Well,
here.
everything at the biggest levels are political football. And they use it against one another as a political football to get their way in politics.
Yep.
Yeah.
All,
It's
all the
sad
dirt,
that Go ahead.
all the dirt that's found on big level politicians is used as a political football to manipulate. Look at Hunter Biden. Look at Hunter Biden, right? He's able to skate around what's happening, even though it's put right out into the public, all kinds of wrongdoing. Do you know who his partner is?
Joe Biden?
His other partner, his direct business partner.
Hillary?
No,
Joe Biden's his hidden partner.
the
It-
other
it-
guy.
Yeah,
Or the big
his
guy.
partner, which is the nephew of Whitey Bulger, the mobster that was on the FBI's 10 most wanted list.
Oh, really?
Whose brother was a state senate president for like 2 decades, Do you think
Oh,
that
wow.
family knows a little bit of dirt at the highest levels of government? You're damn fucking right they do.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. It's crazy what people do or don't do with information that they're given. That could or could not have prevented uh, actions from happening throughout America. But that's what happens when you put bad people in good places,
Oh yeah.
so that they can do bad things.
Well, that's what
And
happens
prevent
when you
good
live in a
things from happening.
totalitarian state.
True.
People look at it like a football game, one team against another. Democrats against Republicans. Well, guess what? Both of them are dirty and both of them are working against the public. And it's
Yeah,
right out in the open. It's
yeah.
right out in the open. They're
That
not
was a
even
very good
ashamed of what
description.
they're doing.
Well, that was a very good description of politics in America.
Political action committees that pay the bribes, it's considered legal money. But we all know it's bribes.
Crazy.
One hand washes another.
Huh?
Yep.
One hand washes another.
Yeah, well, that's the way people look at it. We know we know if a lobbyist goes in to a politician and whoever they're representing has given a bunch of money to that representative or might give it to them, and they got legislation and a package all ready to go, say we need you to promote this and get this voted in, that politician is gonna fucking do it.
And that's what Greg should do.
I'm
Exactly
back.
what you just said.
Greg, you're gonna be a
What?
lobbyist.
I'm
Is that
back.
what's happening?
What am I gonna be?
A lobbyist?
Oh, no, man. I'll tell you one thing. After 2 years, you know what I mean, doing this shit, I don't even know what I want to do no more. I know what I'm going to do. Okay, I know what I'm planning on doing in New Mexico. Okay, for next 2 to 5 years, 10 years. I already know my agenda, what I'm doing. I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna do yet.
Oh,
It'll come. It'll come in Yen's documentary. You'll see it. You'll
so
all.
we're gonna hear the secret garden story and all the background and all that kind of stuff.
Well, he's already got that in there, but it's a new thing that I'm doing. So he wants to record me what I'm about to do.
Okay.
Hold on. Say what? First, I want to give a shout out to my son. My son's complimenting on my backdrops and totes. That's
Well, yeah.
everything that's been pulled out. That's got a whole bunch of D&D stuff. But anyway, you were just saying that what? You're gonna get recorded doing what?
I didn't say that. Nice try, buddy. I don't slip up. Getting me to slip up is not a good thing.
Then what did you just say?
I said
I want to make sure I understood that right.
My new thing that I'm doing here, hopefully in the next month to 3 months, I'll know pretty soon. I got a
Right.
job. I got a job I got to finish, get my money,
Uh-huh.
and then I'm doing certain things in New Mexico.
Right.
And hey, you could thank Forrest for that. I would have never do what I'm about to do. Never
Right.
in history.
Okay.
And no searcher is doing it at all. I am the only one.
Said what Jens?
Huh?
Didn't you say you're gonna do it with Jens?
No, Jens is gonna come and film me of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
There
And
you go.
no searcher that I know of in history has ever going to do what I'm going to do.
And what's that?
I'm not telling you.
You're not telling me
Nice
what? What are you
try.
gonna do?
You can't trap me, dude.
I ain't trapping nobody. I'm just asking you a question. You saying you're gonna do something? I want to know what you're gonna do.
Well, you gotta wait till the documentary.
Oh,
It's a fun thing. It'll be very fun.
There goes another year in my life.
No.
yeah, right.
No. Trust me.
We gotta wait on Greg.
Nope. I'll announce it when I do it. Don't worry. You know I will.
Greg
I-
be like, hold on, I'm gonna go live next week.
Yeah, no.
3 years later.
Yeah,
Come on, buddy.
yeah.
I love you. It's all good.
Okay, I got one
That's why I love
question.
teasing
Greg.
you.
Yeah.
I got one question. Does it start off like this? Hold my beer.
Hold my beer, cook for me in the middle of nowhere. How about that? You like that one?
Oh, so you're gonna be in the middle of nowhere.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, that gives me ideas.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just going to have
if
fun.
you think about it, I'm assuming that you're probably going back down to that BLM section of that land next to the San Lazarus area, and probably doing some kind of searching around there for some maybe hieroglyphics or something like that, and getting recorded doing it.
Nah, he ain't gonna do that.
Yeah. See, Rob's right.
No,
Yeah.
You're
I
out, you're out of your damn
you're right.
mind.
I just do that myself.
yeah, fuck that. I will go back one more time, but other than that, because I just want to check some other stuff out.
Yeah, you want
Right.
to push the limits, huh, Kiwi?
So-
It's not illegal what I'm doing, so I'm allowed to go
Right.
on the BML land. But the
Right.
whole thing is, dude, it's not. It's kind of fucking. Phew. I can't
So
even
whereabouts
explain.
is this new place thing happening at?
What is this, Socorro?
A what?
Is it called Socorro?
Socorro?
Yeah, Socorro.
Socorro?
Yep.
I don't think I heard of Socorro.
Yep.
Is that more? So is that in like the southwest side?
It's more west. Like I would say more southwest of San Lazaro. That makes sense?
What's the water? What's the river that runs by there?
I ain't telling you. Nice try.
I can look it up
Oh, Greg,
myself,
Greg,
but I only got
Greg.
15%.
Greg, when you go over that way, you know what would be a cool place to visit? Madrid.
Madrid?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we were who was it? Sam and I were in Madrid.
Yeah. You know, that's where Wild Hogs was filmed.
Yeah, we went to the bars there, Madrid. It was awesome. What did Troy say? Joke with Greg, he is opening a speakeasy on Canyon Road. Ah, hey, you never know what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like I said, but imagine this. So imagine if the judge awarded me, what would you guys say if the judge awarded me $75,000 because of Barbara?
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations.
You think he will though?
I have no idea.
I don't know either, but I think he's
Well,
gonna do.
so-
I think he's gonna do something.
If you
I think that recommendation of dismissal and the language used was a shot across Barbara's bow that she better not fucking contest what's being said in that document.
And she will. You watch.
I don't think she will.
I think she will.
if you can make a plausible laid out simple money thing of, this is how much you lost, this is how much you probably could have lost, and even add in, your emotional distress from this whole thing, blah blah blah, whatever they call that kind of payment thing.
Well, well, yeah, no, I know what you're saying, but the whole thing is she was trying to go for 150,000 or more,
Yeah. I
So-
mean, and at the very least, make sure it includes any and all legal fees. Make sure you have those words, any and all legal fees.
Right. But then the problem is, well, I won't say that because I'm not going to give her ammo. I'm not going to say that one thing, but the whole thing is the judge is going to make the decision. Usually a judge does not go against a magistrate. Very rare.
Right.
you know.
Right, but here's the thing: you still have to pay your lawyer. Whereas
I
if
didn't
you
have a
have
lawyer.
it in there, huh?
I didn't have a lawyer.
Well, what
I
all your legal fees, all your filings and motions and all that stuff still costs you money, etc.
Oh yeah, everything costs money, and my time for recording everything for evidence. I
Yeah.
mean, she has wasted thousands upon thousands of hours of my time. My
Well,
Well, she might dispute that aspect as far as money awards, but that vexatious litigator with the
yeah.
judge, with the magistrate using that language, that's a shot
Uh,
across the bow that they might actually fucking do
I'm
that.
trying to think of what that word is.
What that word is, if they make a ruling under that, they stick her name on a list in Illinois, and she can't go to court without going through the court to get permission to file against somebody.
Yeah, but she's not an attorney no more.
It doesn't matter if she's an attorney or not.
And you know what's funny though, Trusted, like how you say that? Like she didn't even know what a fictitious litigator was when it got filed on her.
She thought it was a joke.
Yeah. She had no clue what it was.
It almost sounds like fictic.
Vexatious or something, however they say it. She
Meaning a
thought
false litigator.
she didn't even know what it was.
You want to know something even more interesting? If that happens, she'll be the number one person on the very top of that list.
Oh, you're talking about with the list they put out in every state, like people that do that.
Yeah, the list in her state.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
She'll be,
either her state or Ohio, whatever it was, when you had mentioned about the vexatious litigator, and I looked that up online, and I looked and seen that there was a registry for it. I was all like, oh shit, that would put her right at number one.
well, not only that, too, I know I've heard some judges will make sure, like what you were saying, Trusted, that if she files any lawsuit, it has to go through a certain court or get approved before it even gets filed.
Right.
Yeah. Like this almost like completely stops her from suing people.
Well, I don't think it stops her. What it stops her from doing is, for example, throwing all kinds of motions at somebody like yourself that gets overwhelmed by it without providing any direct evidence of what actually is going on, but putting the onus on you to make her provide that when you don't really know what to do.
Right.
You don't know if
Yeah.
that's proper to do it. And
It's called-
I'm the same thing. I'm just a person. I'm not an attorney. I'm not trying to behave like an attorney. But I do read these things as I hear about it and learn about it. I wouldn't have known what a vexatious litigator was if it wasn't for you mentioning it. But when I looked at it, I'm like, holy shit! I never heard of that. That's actually a really good vehicle for there to be there, because I think there's a lot of that going on. Somebody in the chase was talking about an individual that constantly does that, still does that, and has never been stopped from doing that kind of behavior, and literally makes a living out of it.
Yeah, and I think the magistrate even said, don't quote me on it. I think the magistrate said she exceeds the vexatious litigator.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not good. That's not good for her.
Yeah. How did he say it? He said, I'm looking it up right now. I think he said she exceeds it. I mean, it's.
Oh, Melinda.
Let me see.
Exceeding. Talking about exceeding.
Where's it at?
It's 10:58 right now. So it's a good time for me to give my wife a call so I can give her comfort and solace.
Let me look for
for
that
the
word
evening.
real quick. Hold on.
But yeah, I want to know what that word is. So after
Hold on.
you teach us that word, that'll be the word for the evening, folks. Our departing word, vexatious litigator.
Let me find it. Hold on.
Vaccinations. Vaccinations.
Right
Litigated.
there is one thing. Look at that right there.
What's it say?
Bad
I
faith.
can't read that.
You can't read it?
No, man, I'm on my phone and I ain't got my glasses. Shit, come on, what do you expect? I ain't got no computer in front of me with like a 32-inch screen.
Well, I have the bird read it for you. You'll be okay.
She's back home with mama, protecting the house.
So the district court inherited authority to sanction parties, not just their counsel, when a party litigates in bad faith, vexatiously, and what is that word? Wantedly, or
Probably
for
Yeah.
wantonly. I can't see it.
wantonly.
Yeah, it means they purposefully did this.
Right. And for oppressive reasons. Okay, here it is, right here. Right here. Anderson's conduct throughout this litigation exemplified the fictitiousness that abuses the judicial process during this.
So that's even worse, dude. That's even worse. You know what that's saying? That's saying that sets the highest standard of what a fictitious litigation looks like.
Yes.
That's what that first word right there, whatever I can't read that shit. Read it again. And
Anderson's conduct through this litigation exemplified
that word right there.
the vexatiousness that abuses the judicial process during this
Yep.
litigation. Like
That right
literally,
there is the nail in the coffin.
if I read all this, I would have tucked my tail and fucking disappeared.
Well, now it has bullets underneath to, I think, point out why.
Yeah. Well, she filed 26 separate motions, the vast majority of which were unrelated to the conduct or harassment alleged in Anderson's amended complaint. Sent dozens of emails to the court, unrelated to the administration of the case, in violation of the court's explicit instructions to the contrary, raising unsubstantial claims of harassment by Thompson unrelated to the claims in her complaint. So I love this one. We listen to this, which typically prompt responses by Thompson. In reality, shut your fucking mouth. Don't talk about me. She sued me. It prompted me to make my responses.
Yeah.
And he clearly,
she was confusing the fuck out of you by getting you to deal with things you didn't have to deal with.
Right. And then listen to this. Calls third parties to file complaints with the court regarding Anderson's behavior towards them. Like people filed in the federal court against her. I mean,
yeah, and the magistrate is saying it's her fucking fault. So she turns around and says, that was Greg's fault. That was Greg's fault that these people did that.
Exactly.
Like, no. Yeah, this is a shot across the. If she doesn't file a motion to dismiss to run away, there's definitely something wrong with that woman. Not that they would accept it at this point, but there's something wrong seriously in the head with her if she doesn't dismiss it. Say, oh my God, I did that. Oh,
well, I won't allow it to be dismissed.
Yeah.
I will file, if she tries to file a dismissal, nope. No.
I
mean,
like this line.
Do you
I can barely read this, but let me read this line if I can read it.
Which
I
one?
like this. This one. It says, in addition, now this is coming from how many year attorney?
24.
Okay. In addition, filings have routinely missed the mark rather than addressing the conduct at issue in said complaint, has focused the court attention to statements. So, I mean, for somebody who's a an attorney, litigator, not litigator, knows law, don't know law, and to have a judge magistrate say that everything that you were doing, you totally missed the mark, goes to exactly what we were talking about the other night of plain and simple. If this is copyright, send me only copyright evidence of
Right.
what was. Instead, you're sending a bunch of other things. You totally missed the mark. So, I mean,
But she
I
does it in
think
every
that's kind of
court.
funny.
In every court, she does it. If you look at the past on
Missed
Google,
the mark.
yeah, I think there's another phrase like that too. She does it in everybody she has sued. I don't know that for a fact. I can't say that in my opinion, but I think there's
Yeah.
another phrase like that. Like she does this in every court hearing. I mean,
Yeah, there's an appeal in Illinois where she's getting chastised the same way in her appeals, that
what do you
basically
mean?
saying you're not addressing the stuff properly. You're not following the rules. You're not doing. Basically, it said you're not doing anything right, lady. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, I mean, at the very least, all I can say is I wish her the best of luck. You
Yep.
know, I enjoy her shows. You know, her coloring book looks interesting. She has a lot of
This motherfucker says
toys
coloring book.
for youngins, and you know, she's got some interesting opinions about people and whatnot. And so, you know, like I said, I wish her the best of luck. And
I
with
wish,
that, you know, the
hey,
same with
you know what, Kiwi? I wish her the best of luck, but you know what? Hey, I think
karma.
karma. She put me through misery for 2 years, stalking me, harassing me. She could say my channel's all harass. You know what? There's fucking 10 million channels on YouTube. We're lucky if we get 1,000, 2,000 views. Okay, we're a small community. And there is people that get millions of views and they'll call somebody out and say, hey, motherfucker, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, big
This
difference.
this woman wanted to try and make a name for herself. She got fucking, she's done. She's done. If she doesn't stick to the routine of just do your fucking book discussion, leave every channel alone, she's in big trouble. She's in
Best to let lying dogs lie.
correct. Leave me alone, pay the money and move on. That's how I look at it. You owe me, and no, look at the 5,000 I had to go through for the restraining order, her frivolous restraining order she lost.
Make sure you add that in there as part of one of the reasons, as part of your
They all know that.
reimbursement.
They all know that. They know that from the beginning when she filed the restraining order, but she won't admit she's wrong. That's the problem.
Here's the thing. I've learned that a woman is right. Even when she's wrong, she has the right to be wrong.
All right.
And with that, go ahead.
Okay, so you go sleep with Barbara for a week, see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh no, I got my beautiful wife. I got my beautiful wife. I'm good.
Wrong too.
Hey Rob, somebody trusted. Go sleep with her for a week. See what happens. Hey,
No.
like I told,
problems.
yeah, like I told you guys. Can I go for a record? Can I get a one-night stand and get sued for 3 years? I mean, shit. I mean,
you know something. I was in a long-term relationship for over 3 decades, and afterwards, I thought that I wanted to make sure that I had a woman in my life on a regular basis. And I've since decided I don't need anybody in my life on a regular basis to make me feel whole. And everybody got friggin' baggage. Everybody's
got baggage.
Yeah, everybody's got.
And I don't want to go through the game of trying to figure out what baggage does the next person have. Fuck that.
But my next
Yep.
question for you, didn't Forrest say he wished that the treasure wouldn't be found for hundreds and thousands of years or hundreds of years? Like this case goes down
At
for,
least like 100 years or
yeah.
something.
Well, yeah. Well, this case goes down for 100 years.
Well, he said he was ambivalent whether it got found or not,
Yeah.
which
I mean-
means he didn't care either way.
I mean,
But
think
then
about
at
it.
the end, he was swaying towards that it was gonna get found before he passed away.
Right. But my whole thing is, think about it. Even though I didn't want to be like this, I didn't want to, and I'm not saying this, she needs to move on, leave people the fuck alone, stop making her rude comments. That's the problem. Once she opens her mouth, my channel was built on criticism, opinions, and freedom of speech. You run your mouth, I'm going to stick my foot in your mouth. Brutal Truth has always been that way. It doesn't matter how you look at it. That's what this channel was built on. It was built on finding facts, knocking on people's doors, finding out things. End of story. That's how this channel was built. People don't like it. Too bad, don't fucking watch it. Not my fucking problem. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I'm the one that went through it all, but also people that supported me, people that stuck it out. You know what I mean? They helped a little bit. People that have left, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, though, it helps everybody because think about this. She could have took away your freedom of speech.
Yep.
You think
Absolutely.
this? Exactly.
If she could have done it to you and gotten your channel pulled down, she could have done it to anybody else.
Correct.
And
she
it
would've
sets
used
the
it.
bar.
Well, it sets the bar more or less. You can't sit there and yell out copyrights. Okay.
What's that in my earbuds?
You can't yell out, "Oh, I own copyrights," and then sue somebody. Most of the time, when like music stars and stuff own copyrights, what happens is they'll send you an email, say, "Hey, please take it down," and then you take it down. You see where I'm coming from?
Mhm.
Yeah.
They don't just sue you. They just say they'll send you a letter stating, "Hey, please take down your video. I own copyrights," and show you the copyright. This, on the other hand, this was fictitious. This was just pure evilness. And I think it was my opinion, and this is my brutal opinion. I'll give you my brutal opinion on this. My opinion was I was a stepping stone so she could sue the big money. And that's my opinion. I think she was going to go after. She wanted the judge to approve her solve. She wanted all this. And then she could have went after every channel. She could have went after the Fenn family. She could have went after Preston. All of them. All of them. She could have had
I think a big reason why she went against you as badly as she did was, one, to make you look bad because you witnessed her do something really bad with trying to get Christy fired.
Right. So discredit you.
She would discredit you in this manner so that nobody would listen to you about the other issue if you ever decided to talk about it. And since she's getting pissed off at you, she knew that if she could somehow get a judgment or get you to agree to pay her money, and even if you said, well, fuck it, I can agree to it, but I'm never going to pay it, she could still make you miserable by constantly she could stalk you in order to get paid and say, well, this is legitimate to contact you, even though she's really stalking you to harass you.
Right.
That's the way that I see it.
So you think it was over K-Pro?
I think that was a big part
That
of it.
was a start. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would definitely think start discrediting you right off
Because
the
she
bat.
said
That
you
way,
weren't protecting
anything
her,
you say, you can't take it for granted, because then if you came out with the K-Pro thing, then that would be false just as well as everything else was false about you. From that point on.
Right. So technically, trusted, what you're saying, Kiwi, what you guys forget too, though, if I go through my recordings, okay, I might have her calling K-Pro's work.
You probably do.
I probably do.
Oh
I-
So
my
it was so this is more or less a revenge, well, a revenge
No, this
or
not revenge.
pre-blackmail.
No.
No, she was trying to get revenge that you've seen her do something. So not
retaliation.
revenge, but
It's
back to what you were
retaliation.
saying, trusted.
What, Rob?
Retaliation. That's what it's called.
Retaliation.
Yeah.
No, I think
Yes.
she was trying
Counter.
trying to use it to discredit him if he ever decided to
Use it.
talk about that.
I wonder if I
Yes.
do have the recording.
So
It will benefit you.
Well, I got pictures.
counter discredit. Or yeah. Mission discredit Greg.
Yeah. I wonder if I do have the
But-
recording of her calling K-Pro and also.
I don't know. But I'll tell you what, we're gonna leave it there on that note. And if you
Yeah.
do, that might be interesting to hear.
It'd take me
And
a
I
while to
appreciate-
find.
Oh, you got all the time in the world to look at your videos now that you ain't got to worry about court
No,
stuff.
he got too many fucking hours to go through. He got a lot of homework.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Dude, I don't even want to deal with this shit. I'm glad it's over with. Leave me the fuck alone. Let me just do my own show. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just leave me alone. Don't talk about me. Don't talk about other channels. Leave other channels alone. Shut the fuck up. Move on with your life. That's simple.
As the words of my
And everybody will forget about her.
Yeah.
Everybody will forget about her.
Buy a coloring book.
you be nice, I be nice.
Yeah.
That's what my brother-in-law says. You be nice, I be nice.
All right, Kiwi. Thank you. Trustin, nice
Yeah.
seeing you. Thank you, Rob. See you
Trusted,
guys
thanks for
later.
coming by.
Then you catch you on the flip side.
Thanks for allowing me to be here. And good
Yep.
night, everyone. Greg,
Good night.
Rob, Kiwi, good night, you guys.
Good
Yeah.
night, everybody. Good night, chat. Everybody
night,
that
Big
watched.
Rob.
Thank you.
Peace out, guys.
Everybody in chat, thank you for coming by and stopping by. Looked like the train ran longer than expected. And so, yeah, I appreciate everybody for stopping by. And I hope that, I don't know, you got some entertainment with me breaking rule number 2 of touching things that don't belong to you. And as you heard, the sad news is we lost a small furry family member. So now that she's had some time to kind of go through the motions, go through the process, it's time to call home base and make sure things are good. You know what I mean? And show that support. So I appreciate everybody's condolences. Strider was named after Strider in Lord of the Rings. So with that, life is extremely short. Each breath, each time, day, week. Try not to take it for granted. I at least try to think about saying I love everybody as much as I want, and reaching out. It doesn't always happen, but there's those days where you just know you need to say I love you to somebody, then tell them you love them, and yeah, with that, keep calm, treasure on. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll talk to you on the flip side as this stuff gets moved around some more. Yeah.